Camping's supposed to be simple. Stars overhead, fire at your feet, and the quiet stretch of the woods. But when the sun dips and the forest starts whispering, that quiet doesn't always feel friendly. Out here, every snap of a branch, every shadow between the trees can mean something else. Tonight, we're stepping into real accounts. Stories from people who swore they'd never look at the woods the same way again. These are true camping scary stories. My name is Avery Locke, and I like shaving time off. Maps the way a barber shaves a jaw. Quick strokes until the nick. I tell myself I'm efficient, not reckless. I cut ounces from my pack and minutes from routes. And this morning at a damp trailhead I traced a dotted spur on the park map with my finger and said, allowed to seal it, shortcut. The main loop climbed toward a ridge and dropped along a creek. 12 miles if I behaved. 9 if the spur rejoined. The lower trail the way old logging roads do. I walked fast because walking fast feels like certainty tick of poles, puff of breath. At the junction, I left the respectable bridge and veered onto faint tire ruts. Crushed quartz threaded the moss like spilled sugar. No sign forbade it. The absence of warning felt like permission, which is just another way of hearing what I want. 20 minutes later, the sound went strange. Not silence. Wait. The air felt heavy. Birds cut their gossip mid-syllable. My bootsteps rang out too clean. That was when I saw the cairn, hip high, right shoulder of the path. At first glance, the friendly stack that says someone passed before and left a nod. The color was wrong, nicotine ivory, not stone. I stepped closer and felt my stomach find an extra notch. Vertebrae, deer, mostly, stacked with an engineer's arrogance. Each nub nested in the hollow above. A small round hole in the top piece showed where a cord once threaded a life together. Gross, I said to the trees, and because I needed another word, illegal. I took a photo for a friend who collects trail oddities. The phone did its phantom buzz. No service, just nervous. And in the screen the stack looked an inch taller than it did in front of me. When I looked up, it sat perfectly still, as if it had never moved. Poacher. Prank. Art. If human, then fixable. I kept going. The spur tightened to a footpath, and then to a suggestion. Rhododendrons slick with yesterday's rain leaned in as if to hear me. At a steep crossing I found a second cairn, delicate as a birdcage ribs, arched in a fountain. Vertebrae in a helix, and at the peak something triangular flashing enamel bright. A tooth. Not human. Too long. No tracks surrounded it. The dirt wore the flattened look of ground asked to remember nothing. Turn back. The sensible part of me said. The louder part. The one that thinks I'm the exception that proves every rule, said keep going. You're already halfway through the bad idea. I obeyed the louder part. I noted a legend-bright boulder, a lightning-struck pine, a pair of cedars. I took out my actual compass and watched the needle settle, because redundancy is the only superstition I allow. The third cairn stood in a clearing where the sky looked stretched thin. Bones weren't stacked here so much as arranged. A spiral of vertebrae lay on the ground, all the little knobs pointing inward to a hollow. Set neatly in that hollow was the bright edge of orange fabric tied around the sawed tip of an antler. My bandana. I'd tied it at the trailhead. When the wind picked up, I tucked it under my shirt. My hand flew to my throat now and found bare skin. The knot cinching the fabric in the clearing was the knot I tie when I think. Twice around, tug for luck. I had not felt a hand. No one had passed me. The spiral pointed at the bandana like an arrow. Something in the shade clicked teeth together, a quiet metronome. Not threat, instruction. I stood still until stillness felt like offering my back, then bent, took the bandana, and backed away. The instant the fabric left the antler, a windless ripple passed through the spiral. A vertebra turned a degree, then another. As if someone adjusted a place setting. I had the stupid thought, put it back. I didn't. A brisk, adult walk. That's what I did. The path welcomed me again, and for a quarter hour I believed the clearing would stay where it belonged behind me. A story for later. Then the woods repeated themselves. Not déjà vu, repetition. Pine, boulder, cedars in the same order. I stopped and looked for my own tracks. The soil was warm and unmarked. When I pressed a finger into it, it gave like skin. I wiped my hand on my shorts and took out the compass. North was north, west meant ridge. I walked west in a straight line that ignored the old road entirely. 5 minutes later, I reached the first cairn again. I knew it by the crescent chip on the lip. I passed it without pausing, counted 400 steps, corrected 10 degrees, and arrived at the second cairn, the one with the tooth. I kept my eyes level as I went by, as if not seeing a thing could keep it from seeing me. Okay, I said to the trees. You win. I turned back. I put my back to a birch with 3 trunks and snapped a twig low to mark the spot. I walked away 10 paces, turned to check my marker, and found smooth bark. On the ground where the twig should have fallen lay a neat row of white cylinders arranged side by side like stubby chalk. I picked one up. It was a deer toed bone, rounded, hollow, and warm. I set it down and tried not to look at the shadow that shifted when I did. Light thinned, a film over the hour. Moths drifted. I told myself the options: bivouac here and wait for morning, or keep moving and trust the ridge to pull. Staying meant the cairns would watch me fail to sleep. Moving meant I invited more of them. Pride is a poor guide, but so is fear. I chose motion. The path narrowed into a green hallway. Mountain laurel crowded like a polite audience, every leaf angled toward me as if to listen. At each bend I found a new punctuation. A stack of 3 vertebrae no higher than my knee. A rib planted upright like a parenthesis. A scapula leaned as if eavesdropping. They ushered. The clicking kept pace just inside the trees to my left, starting when I started, pausing when I paused. I did not look. Looking would give it a shape. At last the hallway opened into a meadow, calmed by wind into pale lines. Bone spelled something in the center. An outer circle of vertebrae, an inner ring of ribs tilted inward. In the exact middle a stick stood upright, bark shaved away in parallel scars. I recognized of a pulse of private shame. This morning, waiting for water to boil, I'd idly scored those lines into a pot, lifter with my knife. I'd tossed the stick aside when the water rolled. Now it pinned the circle like the hand of a clock. My bandana lay folded beside it, knotted again, threaded with a glossy ridged shard. Not a tooth, not wood. For a second my brain made it a key because keys solve things. The ridges weren't cuts. They were close, set whorls like the ones on fingertips. Mine. I didn't touch it. I did the only honest thing left. I made a mistake, I said to the meadow, which was not empty. The clicks in the tree line faded, as if whatever owned them had leaned back to listen. I left the marked trail. I decided the rules were for other people. I looked at a dotted line and saw a road. I called myself efficient when the word was proud. It didn't change the circle, but it changed me in it. The bones looked less like warning and more like script. Instruction. The wind, if that's what it was, moved the grass in a slow knot. Somewhere beyond sight a branch creaked under patient weight. I understood, with the steady horror of recognizing your own handwriting in a place you never wrote, that I hadn't been wandering, I'd been led. The cairns weren't thumbs, upleft by friendly hikers. They were breadcrumbs spelled in bone, and they had been matching my pace since the first wrong turn. I could step into the circle and be read, or I could walk away and be chased. The meadow waited with old patience. A memory rose like mist when sun touches water. My father's voice when I was 11, hand on my pack strap, saying rules aren't cages, they're guardrails. And you only notice them after you plow through one. That year he showed me a deer skeleton in winter woods and named the pieces: atlas, axis, lumbar, sacrum, until bone sounded like instruction. I laughed at the names then. Now they came back without asking. Atlas, axis. Turn your head. Choose. The clicking in the trees kept a slow count, as if it would keep counting whether I moved or not. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath and wait for me. I stepped forward. I stepped into the circle before I could talk myself out of it. The bones didn't rattle, they adjusted. Ribs leaned a degree. Vertebrae turned their little spurs inward, then outward, as if deciding how to face me. The shaved stick in the center ticked to my breath. Leaning on inhale, returning on exhale, as if pointing at the one thing I still controlled. I understand, I said, though I didn't. I set my bandana on the grass so both hands were empty. The clicks in the trees paused. A small wind moved the meadow like a thought. My father's bone, names arrived: atlas, axis, thoracic, lumbar, sacrum. Atlas holds, axis turns. Bearing, then changing. I turned my head. The shaved stick tracked the motion, satisfied that choice remained. Tell me how to leave, I said. A vertebra rotated and settled with a polite click. Another rolled an inch. They formed a path, bone to bone through the meadow into the laurel. Not shortest, but curved, as if the first lesson were to stop cutting lines. I tucked the bandana back into my pocket. The glossy shard tied at its knot showed ridges like a fingerprint. My pattern smaller, as if someone had traced me wrong on purpose. I swallowed and stepped where the bones indicated. Each step pulled heat out of my boots, like the ground was learning me. A rib stood upright at the meadow's edge, and the marks continued into laurel, as white as chalk on a blackboard. The tunnel of leaves brushed my sleeves. Mouse tunnels scribbled underfoot. The clicks returned at my left, companionable as knitting needles. Occasionally, they stopped and a new vertebra appeared a foot ahead, as if the path were building itself one segment at a time. Patience fitting pride. After a dozen pieces, the bones opened into a pocket of flat ground floored with matted needles. Here they changed from guide to table. Rows laid flat with deliberate gaps. On the far side, against a mossy log, sat my knife. I'd left it under a cook pot. Seeing it here put a heartbeat under my tongue. Not yours, I told the air, because saying so felt necessary. A vertebra clicked the smallest no. The blade was cleaned of soot. The rows formed a simple puzzle. I stepped straight toward what I wanted, and the ground under my boots sank half an inch and held. Not a trap, just waiting to see if I'd insist. I backed up until the ground released me and walked the long way, weaving the columns. As I went, the gaps shifted by a rib's width, accommodating only when I honored their outline before my desire. I didn't hurry. By the time I arrived, the knife felt like a loan. not a possession. I picked it up and felt a tension in the handle. The blade pointed at the nearest row like a teacher's finger. "No cutting," I said, refusing whatever bargain waited, and set it in the grass. A vertebra turned to face the sky, another joining it, as if looking up with me. The space beside me brightened the way a thought does when someone names it. "Long way," I said. "Every time." The clicks approved. I left the clearing the long way, bandana heavy in my pocket like a receipt. Cool replaced warm. The smell shifted from leaf to mineral. Water kept its voice behind its teeth. A creek ran clear over stone glossed by time. Ribs stood upright in the shallows. A vertebra lay on a flat rock midstream, a small bridge if I trusted it. The current spoke its own convinced murmur. I stepped to the rock, then to the vertebra. It held. On the far bank a stick lay among wet leaves, and the water had written fine ridged lines into its shaved side. I picked it up and felt the groove of a thumb I hadn't pressed. The stick made a small sound like a book deciding to close. Fine, I thought. Nothing I leave returns unchanged. That's the toll. The forest waited as if I'd made a small apology that deserved acknowledgement. The vertebrae clicked a low approving run. I followed. Time nodded. I walked until my legs forgot the complaint. They'd been offering since noon. A strip of faded blue plastic tied around a branch, trail crew flag, broke the spell. Past it, dirt packed into ruts with human geometry. Footprints over footprints, a consensus of direction. The old logging road. Fear and relief came in the same size. If I stepped there, would the bones stop, or keep me? A rib pressed against my boot, enough to say choose. I looked back at the curve of bone I'd followed, then at the road. The flag's date was last year. The road split left toward Ridge, right toward the creek bend where the main trail met it. I lifted my compass because redundancy is respect, and let the needle settle. I'm going right, I told the bones. Longer to the trailhead. Less grade. People exist that way. A pause, then the nearest vertebra rolled an inch to the right. I stepped onto the road. For a while the trees behaved like trees. Wind moved them, not intent. Crows argued, comfortingly rude. The road bowed around a stump furred with mushrooms. A chip bag lay half, buried, obscene and normal. Shame rose the way it does after an almost accident you caused. I started rehearsing the version I'd tell later. Admit enough to be decent. Leave out enough to be forgivable. The story ended at the next turn. In the nick of two roots sat the first cairn again. Vertebrae stacked hip high, immaculate. The chip on its lip was gone, sanded smooth. Not the same cairn, the idea of it cleaned. On top sat my phone. The screen glowed. No bars, no icons, light only. It unlocked without my face and opened to a voice message from a number I hadn't called in years. Dad. Time stamped today, 20:17 p.m. The minute I'd stepped off the main loop. My stomach went cold. I listened. "Avery," he said, thin and frayed. "Guardrails are there even when you think you're the only car. If you climb over one, you didn't discover something. You left something that was keeping you alive. Breath. If you've jumped one, don't climb back where you fell. Walk to the gate." Click. The bones adjusted by a hair's breadth as if nodding. I stared down the road and saw that the ruts weren't twin lines all the way. They broke and reformed. In the breaks, white shone, to my right stood a gate. Not metal, not wood. Two ranks of ribs arched over the road, like the sleeve bones of a chapel, each anchored by a burial of vertebrae at foot level. Just high enough for me to pass hunched, not bowed. The air under it was cooler. The road beyond was sanded by weather, not use. The gate hadn't existed when I'd rounded the bend. Now it waited like a door revealed after drywall. Gate, not guardrail, I said. I slid my phone away. The bandana pressed a corner against my palm in the pocket, reminding me I'd stolen. I walked toward the gate. Halfway there, a second set of footsteps joined mine. Not behind or ahead. Beside. My cadence, my weight, half a beat out of sync. Like an echo misbehaving. I didn't look. The long way requires attention, not attention-seeking. Giving shape was how you got stuck. The ribs overhead groaned, a kind old noise. A shadow kept pace at my right boot where my shadow should have been, but darker, narrower. Edited for efficiency. It matched the roll of my ankle and stole the drag of my right foot when the old injury flared. It was making a better version of me out of my habits. At the far end of the gate, a low plinth of femurs waited. On it lay another bandana knotted like mine. Mine still warmed my pocket. The imposter's knot matched my lazy double wrap. The glossy shard at its center was larger now, the whorls more certain. Beside it sat a pair of boot prints, pressed into dust as deliberate as stamps. My size, my tread, pointed the wrong way, not deeper into forest. Not back down road, but perpendicular to both, toward trees that had not been there a second earlier. Trees arranged in a tidy aisle. A vertebra rolled to rest against my laces and held there like a child, asking the simplest terrible question. Are you going to follow yourself? Or are you going to leave yourself here? I'm going to the gate, I said, because that was the rule I'd been given. And rules were a kind of compass when magnets lied. The echo of my steps grinned without moving. The isle of trees beyond the false bandana narrowed into a throat. The first branch in that throat lifted as if in greeting, like a hand about to wave hello. I didn't wave back. I kept my eyes on the ribs that arched the road and the dust that remembered boots better than it remembered anything else. The throat of trees to my right kept its hand raised, waiting for me to be the kind of person who answers invitations from shortcuts. I let the invitation hang. Under the gate, the air cooled the way creek stones are cool even in July. Each rib creaked a note as I passed. Not complaint. Roll call. One by one, a soft tally, present, present, present. The clicks in the laurel kept pace, knitting a steady, frictionless beat at my left. My echo walked at my right, narrower than me, tidier, trimming the slop from my stride. It smiled without lips by simply being better at being me. The road bent and rose. A fallen cedar blocked half of it, low enough that a quick crouch would have sent me under and saved 20 steps around. I felt my body make the old equation, seconds versus dignity. I glanced at the bone arch instead. The nearest rib shifted a fraction outward, widening like a palm showing lines. The long way is the point. I climbed the bank, stepped up onto root staircases, and refused the neat, easy bend under the trunk. At the crest, I looked down without looking at the throat of trees and saw the faint impression of another path where feet had dragged the under. Route shiny. It went nowhere, ending at bracken gnawed to lace. I exhaled through my teeth and kept going. The ribs thinned as the road lost its arrogance and became dirt with memory. Every 100 paces a single vertebra lay half, buried in the inside edge of a curve, like the punctuation of a careful paragraph. My bandana warmed against my palm through the pocket. I left it there. Touching it felt like asking a kidnapper for proof of life. A quarter mile farther, a stump sat in the road like a pulled tooth. At its base, bone spelled something in the flat language of patience. A small spiral, all the little nubs pointing in, with a space at the center where a thing should be, and wasn't. The stick I'd shaved earlier, scarred by my boredom, lay beside it, the shaved side dark with damp. I knew the test before I knew it. Leave something, not take. I untied the glossy shard from my bandana. Its furls fit my thumb pad like a template. Smaller than my print, but honest enough that my body recognized the echo and wanted it back. I placed it in the spiral's center. The bone ring settled as if breath caught and then released. The clicks in the laurel paused. A crow called once and then thought better of it. When I picked up the bandana again, it felt lighter. I tied it to my pack strap with a different knot than I'd used all my life. Not the lazy double wrap. A figure 8 that won't jam under load. My father's knot. The echo at my right copied the tie a beat, later with a quiet hiss of fabric. I refused to look. Giving it a face would give it the right to use mine. The road narrowed into an old cut, with gravel pressed into the dust like a night sky. Somewhere ahead, water worked a problem under rock. The ribs dropped away, until only single bones marked the shoulder. Past a last elbow of hillside, the gate of ribs appeared again. Not the same one, another. These were taller. Enough that I could pass without bending. The space under them felt like a hymn nobody sang out loud. I entered, and the echo hesitated a half step, as if keeping humility in costume took more effort the deeper we went. Halfway beneath the second gate, a voice came from the throat of trees we'd left. Not a stranger's. Mine. Avery, it said. A perfect ordinary tone, the voice I used to leave voicemails for myself with grocery lists and little lies. Hey, wait. Just a second. You dropped. A rib flexed. The word snapped like a twig stepped on in the dark. The bandana brushed my shoulder and reminded me of its new knot. I kept walking. The voice tried again, shaving sincerity finer. Come on. It's me. You know me. We don't do lines for the sake of lines. We do efficient. We do smart. We don't worship rules. We improve them. The ribs creaked hello and goodbye in the same breath. The dust beyond them shone brighter. Not more light, more honesty. A new set of prints joined the old ones in the road, just ahead mine, but clean, spaced with metronomic precision. They faced toward me, like someone had walked from the future back to here. When I stepped, the right hand set adjusted a fraction, volunteering to meet me where I was. I stepped to the left instead, into the older scuffed track with the scuffs I'd earned. You're making this difficult. My voice said from the aisle I wasn't taking. It sounded almost amused. We could be already at the car. We will be, I said, and the bones listened like teachers. When we earn it. The echo huffed. Not breath. Disapproval. It matched my pace anyway. Thinner, wispy as a suggestion. Beyond the second gate, the road crossed a small drainage. Water braided lazily through grass and disappeared under flat stones. A rib lay on each of those stones, white on gray like chalk on slate. I tested the span with my trekking pole. The pole sank an inch and came up slick, smelling coppery with a sweetness behind it, like a cut finger stuck in your mouth. I chose stones farther upstream, ugly and uneven, and rock, hopped until my ankles woke all the way. Behind me, the neat path nodded to itself and pretended it had never asked. Time folded like a map. I measured it by the way the light lost its edge and softened at the shoulders. The clicking at my left slowed and grew low, like the sound of someone satisfied, knitting the last inch of a scarf. When the third gate presented itself, it was different. Not ribs, but scapulae, propped edgewise into an arch like a dozen patient wings. The air under them smelled of old barn and clean bone. In the center of the road beneath the arch lay a phone, black, faced asleep. Not mine. Cracked at the corner. Spattered with the kind of sap that never quite comes off. The lock screen woke to a wallpaper photo. 2 kids in red jackets in front of a trailhead sign, each holding a dog by a leash looped loosely around a wrist. The battery read 1%. In the top, left no service. In the top, right tuned 17 p.m., the minute my father's message had worn in my ear like a worry stone. I'm not touching it, I said to whatever curated this course, though the truth was I wanted badly to. Being the person who returns lost things is a shape I fit too easily. The scapulae hummed a notch up in pitch, the way a kettle sings just before the boil. A single vertebra rolled from the shoulder of the road, bumped the phone once, and came to rest like a doorstop. The screen brightened and a text preview flashed. Where are you? You were supposed to. Then the phone died. Gate, I said again, and stepped through. The forest changed its grammar on the far side. Sentences grew longer. The undergrowth leaned less. The trail wasn't a road anymore so much as a held idea. Here, here, here. The bones stopped appearing underfoot and began to appear at decision points only. Small ribs hung in the crook of 2 branches, like white commas. A vertebra threaded on a twig at a fork like a bead. Where a path dropped invitingly into shadow, the bones turned their knurls toward it in a tiny, unanimous no. The echo tried once more, this time wearing my father's voice, with just enough seam showing to be unbearable. Rules aren't cages, kiddo, it said, and I could hear how the word kiddo ended wrong in a stranger's mouth, too neat at the edges. There. Guardrails, I said before it could complete the theft. The trees took the word and made space, for it the way the ground makes space for a properly planted foot. The echo went quiet, and in its quiet, I heard my actual father's actual laugh, the one that had always sounded like a door opening to summer heat. Grief and gratitude are twins you can't tell apart until they pick their teeth with your ribs. I let both sit with me as I walked. Dusk came from the ground up instead of the sky down. The bones thinned to nothing. I reached a junction that was real, cut into signposts and planks and trust. The respectable bridge from the morning, spanned the creek with old pride. Someone had carved a heart in the railing, and then tried to sand it away. The park map lived in its glass, fronted box like something preserved in amber. I stepped onto the boards and the wood answered me, in the honest language of load and flex. Halfway across I stopped. The bandana brushed my arm. The knot held. The new knot. The lazy double wrap waited in the aisle of trees behind me with its mouth open. I pulled the bandana off my strap and tied it around the bridge rail tight enough that I had to set the knife down to work the figure. 8 through. My thumb found the whorl that used to be tied there and closed on absence. I stared at the empty space longer than made sense. Payment, I said, though nobody had asked for that word. Thanks. On the far bank, the main loop welcomed me like a dog that was too relieved to disguise its judgment. The blazes were crisp. The dirt was honest. A couple hiked past in matching rain jackets, arguing affectionately about whether the ridge or the creek was prettier. They didn't glance at me. That felt like a mercy. I walked the last mile at a human pace. and counted everything ordinary like beads. A discarded orange peel, a woodpecker's hammered oval, the crisp plastic whisper of a wrapped granola bar. The clicks in the laurel did not follow. If they did, they gave me the dignity of not noticing. At the trailhead, my car waited where weather had been gnawing its clear coat for years. I touched the hood. Warm. I leaned the knife against the tire, then put it away properly because I wanted the old thoughtless version of me to have fewer places to stand. I checked my phone's service bars, the blank ache of ordinary notifications. The voicemail from Dad sat in the list with its uncanny timestamp. I tapped his contact, thumb hovering over call. The number was still a number. The ring crawled halfway through its second loop before dissolving into the recorded woman, who told me the mailbox wasn't set up yet. It had never been set up. He had never wanted one. He'd said, "If it's worth saying and I miss it, say it again later." I stared at the toothed 17 and didn't blink until my eyes watered. The last sun laid a copper bar across the gravel. Somewhere far up the ridge, the forest rearranged itself the way people do when company leaves, moving the good chair back to where it's comfortable, setting the bones the way they were meant to sit. I locked the car, then unlocked it, then locked it like a person learning that the long way includes repetition. On the drive out, the road bent past a stand of cedars. Between two trunks, for a blink, I saw an isle of trees arranged too neatly to be accident. A figure stood at the far end, hands in its pockets, head tilted with my exact impatience. It wasn't a monster. It was an argument. It lifted one hand as if to wave. I didn't take my eyes off the road. When the curve straightened, the isle was just trees again, ragged, dear, real. I stopped at the park office even though the sign said closed. A ranger sat inside behind glass, writing at a desk under a lamp that made the papers look the color of bread. I lifted my palm. He looked up and lifted his back. I pointed to the trail map on the wall and made a small circling motion with my finger. He came to the door and cracked it. "Everything all right?" he asked. His voice had that careful tone people use when they ask the question they're willing to hear the true answer to. "I took a spur," I said. "Didn't belong. I got back. I stopped before I said bones." The gait belonged to the kind of understanding that collapses under fluorescent lights. "Could you do me a favor?" On the posted map, "Could you scratch the dotted line a little thinner? Or put a piece of tape over it until the trail's crew can take it off? It invites the wrong people." He looked at me for a weather's worth of seconds. Then he nodded, took a roll of blue painter's tape from a drawer, and tore a strip with his teeth. He opened the door fully, and we stood shoulder to shoulder while he smoothed the tape over the spur with his knuckles. "Guardrails," he said. To the tape or to me, I couldn't tell. "Yeah," I said. "Guardrails." Back at the car, the bridge sat in my mind like a rib. The knot in my bandana would hold through winter and into spring. Someone would find it and read it the way you note. You weren't meant to, but that tells you how to stay alive anyway. A small thing you might scoff at until it's the only thing. I started the engine. The radio woke and filled the car with the ugly mercy of commercials. I turned it down and drove at the speed limit all the way to the highway, a pace I'd once thought of as wasteful, and now understood as a way to arrive intact. That night at home, shoes still muddy by the door, I laid my gear out and gave each piece back its shape. I washed the pot, the knife, the spoon, I tied and untied the figure. Ate not until my hands could do it without looking. I took the printed map from my pack and with a black pen, traced the main loop dark and forgiving, then crossed out the dotted spur with a single firm line. A silly, private ritual. Maybe nobody would see it but me. Maybe that was the point. When I turned out the light, I lay awake listening without earbuds to a house trying its honest best to be quiet. Pipes clicked. The fridge purred. Outside, the wind moved through. The shrubs are the sound of pages turning. For a breath, I heard knitting needles on the far edge of sleep, and a version of me waiting in a forest aisle, efficient and lonely as a metronome. I rolled to my side and let the sound fall behind me, the way footsteps fall behind when you choose the long way and commit to it. In the morning, I packed the car with a new habit clenched between my teeth like a sprig of mint. On my way past the park, I stopped at the bridge. The bandana had picked up dew. The knot was soaked and tightened more by water. I left it there. Guardrails don't work if they move every time you want them to. On the way back to the car, a kid in a red jacket ran ahead of his parents and cannoned into my knee with the cheerful oblivion of children. He bounced back, laughed, and shouted to the adults, "Trail splits up there, but I think left is longer." "Left is fine," I said, not to him, because I wasn't his guardrail, but to the part of me still tempted by tidy eisels. The parents thanked me for being a solid object. I nodded and kept going. At the trailhead bulletin board, someone had pinned a photo, a spiral of stones with a bandana in the middle, a warning scrawled beneath in black marker. P.O.T.I.S.T.U.R.B. The stones weren't stones. The photo didn't know that. The warning did. I brushed the corner of the page with my thumb and left it for better eyes. On the drive home, 217 lived in my phone like an hour you can visit but not keep. I didn't delete it. You don't delete guardrails. You learn where they are, and you tell the truth about the ditch beyond. You keep an honest pace. You let bones keep their language. And you don't pretend the long way is less frightening, just because it is correct. I said my name out loud once, like a map key, and let it be enough. Then I took the long way around the next bend, on purpose, and watched the road return the favor by still being there when I arrived. My name is Harper Vale, and I tell myself I'm cautious, right up until a sign suggests I shouldn't be. It was late afternoon when I reached the mod out. One of those square gravel aprons at the end of a salt-stained road where the world thins into reeds and water. A laminated notice zip tied to the kiosk said Bardag Welch Shlaki Sabasadi and Siandi Habishaitat Restoata Ion. Someone had underlined closed with a chisel tip and drawn a dramatic stick. Figure falling through planks into cartoon ooze. The chain across the entrance sagged like it had been lifted and set down too many times. The marsh beyond was a green quilt stitched with black water, and the boardwalk skating across it looked like a paragraph. I was going to read whether or not I'd been invited. 2 weeks, I said, because inventing a deadline makes rules feel negotiable. 3. I stepped over the chain. The first 20 yards were the gray of old driftwood. Screws stood proud in places where the boards had swelled. The handrail cable hummed, faintly when the wind poured along it. The soft single note you get from taut wire that wants to be a song when you don't. Red-winged blackbirds shouted conch, la, re from cattails. A slap of color in a day otherwise washed clean to tonal greens. Dragonflies stitched the air. Somewhere a heron grunted like a smoker clearing her throat. The marsh smelled like wet coins and crushed herbs, and the tiny fart of methane you pretend you didn't hear. It was gorgeous in a way that makes you excuse things you shouldn't. The first give came at board 68. The planks were numbered with a stenciled hand, white paint worn thin by soles and sun. 67 solid, a sensible thud underfoot. 68. A spongy bow, the kind that tells you the stringer underneath has gone soft. I stepped light and kept moving. Behind me, the board rebounded with a sound too wet for wood alone, a gentle glurp that felt interested. The closure made sense, I told myself. Wood over water rots. Nails forget their job. The tide sneaks fingers under things and tugs. The marsh service would tear out a section, replace it with new seasoning bright lumber, and the meadow would forgive us for the foot. Traffic, we insist, is educational. I've volunteered on projects like that. I know the drill: tap the boards, listen for hollow versus honest, flag the ones that lie, haul them out and hand screws up in a bucket to a person who has a better relationship with power tools. A yellow strip of caution tape hung limp from the handrail a little further on, half sucked into a crack as if someone, or something, had tried to eat it and given up. A ranger's laminated badge had wedged itself between two planks, old photo fog. Badge name scarred to a blank by salt. I lifted it and left it where it was. You'll come back for that, I told the air, and hated the way my voice sounded like I was soothing myself. The blackbird chorus went quiet like a radio switched off. I stopped because that kind of silence isn't weather. It's message. Ripples moved the surface in a direction that didn't match the wind. Ahead of me the planks rose, then settled, then rose again, not together, but in a ripple that ran forward. It looked like someone under the boardwalk ran a palm along the underside, testing. The sound came an instant later, small, the meek knock of knuckles on hollow wood. I told myself expansion. I told myself pockets of warm air, under boards meeting cool evening. The part of me that is honest said tasting. At a little lookout spur, where the boardwalk widened to a triangle with a bench and a bird identification, placard silvered with age. I set my hands on my hips, because that gesture has always been how I try to bully myself into good choices. The placard featured a mur drawn like a child, lines thick and forgiving. Under the bench, a maintenance clipboard lay in the shade. The cheap kind, with the metal clip that tries to slice you when you aren't looking. Damp had curved its paper into waves. I pulled it out, intending to rescue, and found a page someone had protected with a sheet protector. It was titled with the kind of bluntness you only get from men and women who have learned the hard way that poetry wastes time. Feel heske flow tidix as spavur 1. Dion ti step off bo ardigel ke modi sasubeska yun stabial beyond 3cm ken. Kanu you nambiars 2. F sumaves 2o. Kane ty versigrad Lesta 3. Hal arbata basi UPTW Fallon DNConi. Wadi B Dakuba Kanok S far Rakar and 4. DR and Kime THish. ENC ID Inaji 291035 Weather Asakam Guards Low EV. 6 Chael Ranger R Ofiflan Sef. DUL OU Nemes. A palm print had stained the paper into a ghost. The incident log note had no reference attached, and the phone number written under Kale ran GR. OFFIC had dissolved into a blur. The kind of joke you don't tell out loud. Pooched its cheeks and asked to be laughed at. I did not laugh. I slid the clipboard back, where I'd found it, as if putting a book back on a shelf in a house, where someone is sleeping lightly. The boardwalk's planks ahead had changed color subtly, like wet hair compared to dry. I tried one with the ball of my foot. It bowed and then gave a tiny shiver, as if a long creature had flexed a muscle under my weight. The handrail cable thrummed my calm thinner. I wasn't far out, half a mile at most. The parking pullout lay somewhere behind me, behind reeds and handrails and a curve in boards. Turning back would be adult. Going forward would be me. The marsh edited the sky. You don't notice how much time you tell from birds, until birds stop telling it. The hush was the kind that makes you scope the horizon for weather you have no jurisdiction over. I knelt on board 60. 9 because a paper told me to, and because kneeling is the most sincere shape a person can make when they're done pretending to be in charge. I knocked twice, knuckles light, the way you do on a nursery door. The board answered. 2 small thunks that were not echoes. A fraction late and sweeter, like the mouth of a hollow gourd tapped by a thumb. Hollow means back up, the page had said. I backed up one board, and the board I had been on lifted again and settled, as if pleased I'd learned. I knocked again on 60, 8. The answer came once, deeper, as if something under the board had turned its head and offered a shoulder. Full means advance one. I stood and took a step. The board accepted me. I took another and found the place where the marsh was thinking about becoming only water. Between the planks, in the thin gaps, the surface moved in the wrong direction, sucking in instead of out, a mouth learning how to drink. The hairs on my forearms decided to attend to this better than my brain could. Board 70, 4 had a newish knothole patched with a circle of a different wood. I put my foot dead center and felt it sink a quarter inch, then stop. Ahead, the planks blurred, heat ripple over water that wasn't hot. At the far turn, the boardwalk disappeared behind reeds that had grown up, and over the handrail like a family reclaiming a fence. The chain at the entrance felt a galaxy away. I took my phone out, told myself it would be rude not to let someone know what I was doing, and watched the signal bars show me what I already knew. The marsh had opinions about my connections to the larger world. Behind me, something exhaled through reeds. A soft, patient susurration like a person who had been waiting to be noticed inhaling. Now that they had been, I did not turn. Eyes participate. I kept my eyes on the numbers, on the grain of the planks, on the screws that had backed themselves, out to be little shining reminders that time is a competent carpenter. At another rest triangle, the bench's boards had darkened into a color you normally only see on tongues. On the bench, a half-empty bottle of bug spray lay on its side. The liquid inside had separated, clear on top, opaque underneath, skinning itself. I picked it up and put it back upright. A small patch of bench stuck to my palm and left a faint print that did not belong to me. The maintenance page's line, 5, tapped the back of my head. If water is making words, leave. I didn't know what counted as words. I tried the knocking again. Kneel. 2 taps. Wait. The return came like an older version of my knock, tired, trying to remember the first joy. I backed up. The marsh accepted the obedience and gave me back a breath that didn't feel borrowed at an ugly rate. Something moved under the boards not far ahead. Not a fish. It had the measured roll of a shoulder, then another, the way large mammals displace water. The planks ahead rose, one after another, a neat domed wave moving toward me. When it reached board 80, 1, it stocked and sank as if whatever swam under had settled its belly on the braces and decided to nap. A bubble of methane popped and the smell of eggs pretended to be funny. I cocked my head and listened. The marsh has a grammar. Right then it repeated a single clause, stay, stay, stay. I whispered, I hear you. My voice landed on the handrail cable and ran away from me toward a cluster of cattails, like a thin dog. I didn't like the way it sounded out there. I pulled it back and put it in my throat where it belonged. The placards were losing their pictures. A gull's shape turned into a white smear. A rail's neat lines ran like mascara. In the smudges, another set of shapes insisted on being noticed. Parallel scrapes along the board edges, like something had dragged a comb along them from beneath. Here and there a screw showed fresh bite marks. The slot shaved to a shine. I thought of teeth when I didn't want to, and of beaks when I tried to be kind. Full tot advance one. I told myself, reading off a script I'd stolen. I tested board 80 with my knuckles, and the answer came without delay, 1-2. Just the way I gave them, no patience in it at all. The maintenance note had been very clear about exact. If the return knocks match exactly, do not proceed. We see incident log 2019-03. I didn't know 2019-3, but the dread that collected around a parenthetical like that is universal. I backed up so carefully I felt ridiculous, sliding my feet, not lifting them. As if the marsh might mistake my humility for prey behavior and let me be. The path behind me didn't look like the path I'd taken in. That happens in marshes. Angles shift, the light teaches new and old spaces. And you think you've been tricked when really your memory just doesn't have caluses in the right places. Still, the boards should have been uniform. They weren't. Some were wide or old-milled, with grains you could read like lines on a palm. Some were too new for this season, blonde and tight. Stickers still half, stuck in resin, stamped with a lumberyard name I didn't recognize. A repaired section. Fine. Except the number stenciled on them skipped 80, 1, 90, 4, 82, then 79 again. Like the marsh had shuffled its deck and dealt me a hand assuming I wouldn't check. The wind rose and plucked the handrail into a different key. The cable sang in a high child's voice for 3 notes, and then choked as if a hand closed over its mouth. Over the reeds, a smear of gnats braided and unbraided itself, with the hypnotic arrogance of small lives. Far out in the green, a line of bubbles drew a glittering stitch across black water. I watched it for long enough to admit I was counting. The bench at the next triangle had a notebook under it. Not the maintenance clipboard, but the guestbook kind. The spiral with stiff paper and a pen attached by a string someone with sense had known would tangle. I slid it out because a piece of me has never learned to stop reading what strangers leave behind. The first pages were sweet. Saw a clapper rail, 9-9. Little one love the frogs. Do not feed gulls, lol. Then the tones changed. Knocked. It knocked back wrong. Left. If you drop your keys, don't reach down. It watches the screws. Don't hum. Don't hum. The cable had been humming for me all along, and I think I'd been humming with it. Low, tuneless. A nervous animal noise I make when I want attention from nothing specific. I closed my mouth. The pen string whispered on the wood. A small snake deciding where to sleep. At the back of the notebook, a page had been torn out so cleanly it had to have been deliberate. The remaining stub read INC, ZO3, on the far edge of the triangle, where 2 fender boards had been added. As a rail against people stepping off, little barnacles studded the wood. Barnacles in a freshwater marsh. I ran a finger over one and felt not shell but resin. Little cylinders of clear stuff poured and hardened around pebbles. From beneath, a slow pressure pushed back against my finger that was not water pressure. I snatched my hand away, like a child scolded for touching a stovetop. I had been walking this, and it had been walking me. Less poetically, I had tested, and it had also tested. I had knocked, and it had knocked back. I had decided rules were for other people, and the marsh had translated that into its grammar, and given me a pronoun I didn't like. My name is Harper Vale, and I thought ignoring a chain would keep me young. The marsh had a better idea, it would keep me longer. I stood in the center of the triangle, where the boards were widest and newest, and looked toward the pullout. A strip of sky the color of aluminum told me where the road would be. In that strip, 6 swallows scissored and then stitched themselves away. I had a choice: keep daring the full knock that echoed too perfectly, or begin the slow, dignified, kneel and listen retreat of a person happy to be ridiculous. Pride is a shortcut. Knees are a long way. I knelt. My jeans wicked up marsh water and made a cold thumbprint on my kneecaps. I set my knuckles down on board 70, 9 and tapped twice the way. You might on a friend's door after years apart. The answer came from under the wood before I had time to wonder if it would 1, 2, 1, 2. A metronome in the black that had learned me well enough to mimic not just my rhythm, but the hesitation between my taps. I lifted my hand and knocked once more, soft as apology. Something under the board lifted to meet my hand like a cheek. I set my ear to the planks, because I am that kind of fool, and the boardwalk breathed against my skin, a long, slow inhale that did not belong to carp or wind. 1,000 little bubbles spinning words they had not earned. Somewhere in that breath a knock I didn't make sounded once. Slow and deep. The kind you get on a door when the person outside owns the house. I stayed where the maintenance sheet told me, to still as a post, listening for the thing I had chosen not to hear at the chain. The marsh exhaled. Then, from the next span ahead, the one that bent toward the reeds, came the polite, inevitable sound of a single screw turning itself, a slow, bright squeal, like a smile being decided from the inside. I knocked again. The board knocked back. The sound of the screw easing itself was unbearably polite, metal turning through damp wood, with the bright squeal of a decision made in good manners. I stared at the head as it rose a fraction from the plank ahead, then another fraction, like a grin figuring itself out, and I put every part of me into stillness until the urge to lunge died down to a livable hum. Kneel. Knock twice. Listen. The page's voice was cool in my head, and it has always been easier for me to obey a piece of paper than a person. I eased onto my knees in the triangles, center where the boards were widest, and found a dry spot the size of a book. My knuckles touched wood. 2 taps, spaced the way you space words when you don't want to be misunderstood. The return came from under me, not ahead, and I felt it more than heard it. 2 gentle thunks against my bones, no echo in them, no delay. Exact. The log had put those parentheses around a year for a reason. I slid my knees back aboard in a slow apology and tapped again. This time the answer arrived late, the second thunk a little softer than the first, like a tired person repeating themselves. Full. Advance 1. Except I wasn't advancing anywhere but away. The handrail cable shivered like a note a finger had just left. I gripped it with 2 fingers to still it, and the humming cut mid-syllable. In the silence that followed, Something under the next span took a curious breath. The board in front of the unscrewing screw lifted by the depth of a thumbnail and settled again, as if a chest had risen and fallen in the dark. Beyond it, the reeds leaned and then leaned back, and every tiny burr on their stems caught my headlamp and threw it back in petty sparkles. It wanted me forward, or wanted forward to be the only direction that didn't look like stubbornness. The numbers on the planks behind me still misbehaved: 80, 1, 90, 4, 80, 2, then the repeated 70, 9 I'd already knelt on. My damp knee print a dark scallop at its edge. I backed onto it anyway, sliding my feet to keep my weight lazy, and knocked in a new rhythm because I needed to learn what the marsh knew about me. 2 quick, 1 slow. The answer came 3 slow. Then a tiny wet pop from between boards that, as amusement in the language I was trying not to invent. I stopped treating it like a conversation. Conversations ask for names. The page had begged me not to do that. Instead, I tried the thing I do to test myself. When I'm sure I'm being a show, off I change patterns without thinking them through. I tapped once, then twice so close together the sound ran, then 3 with equal space, then nothing. The reply under the boards flubbed the middle. The third thunk arrived half a heartbeat late and thin, as if whatever lay under had expected my arrogance and not my patience. Not exact. Good. I gave the board behind me a little weight. It held, and the cable under my fingers relaxed a degree, as if what bothered it had moved on. I made a tactic out of ugly rhythms. 1, 2, pause, 2, pause, 1, a messy knocking that felt like learning to write with my offhand. When the returns lagged or changed shape, I gave a shoe length of ground backward. When they matched me like a mirror, I refused them the dignity of my weight. The board with the unscrewing screw stayed in my peripheral vision, turning itself out of its job a quarter turn at a time in the steady confidence of a thing that has all evening. Every time it rose, a dark well opened where its head had been, and something wet blinked in it like an eye adjusting to light. At the next rest triangle, the bench's boards had swollen enough that the gaps between them had vanished. The top was one shiny tongue. The "do not hum" note from the guest book ran laps in my head, and only then did I realize I had been humming again, under my breath, a tuneless vowel to fill the spaces between knocks. I put my teeth together and decided my breath could be counted instead. In 3 through the nose, out 5 through the mouth. The cable tried to sing for me and I pinched it again. Past the triangle, a repaired section showed its newness with pride. 3 consecutive numbers in clean white: 90, 5, 90, 6, 90, 7. The paint was too vivid for marsh weather. The boards had stickers, half-peeled barcodes that the water hadn't yet taught to let go. I knelt on 90, 5 and knocked twice. The answer came twice, too soon, almost on top of mine. And I thought of the maintenance line about matching, about 20 or 1903, and for a small cheap second my brain tried to give that code a name. Don't. I backed to 90, 4 that had been painted a lifetime ago and felt honest. Tap. Thunk. Thunk. In the distance, somewhere out in the green, a heron cleared her throat with the old woman. Sound that always makes me feel like I've been caught doing something inexact. The new boards wanted to float. I could see the faint meniscus where water pressed up through hairline cracks when I shifted my knee. The screws in them wore little collars of resin around their heads like make-believe barnacles, so the heads could still be found in high water. I guessed Or so they would come back out, tatily, when the crews returned with tools and good intentions, and a better day. One of those resin collars flexed as I watched, as if something beneath had put a fingertip under it and tested for give. I needed more distance than my body could keep giving back in micro doses of boards. Pride insisted the way out was the way in. Reverse your steps in miniature. Copy yourself backward. But I had not come in with respect. I had come in with momentum. The way out had to feel different under my hands, or the marsh would give me back the same lesson. Until I learned it the real way. I unclipped my day pack and slid it forward with the heel of my hand, so it glided an inch at a time on its belly. The board in front of it lifted a breath and sank, acknowledging the test. I wrapped the pack's frame lightly against the plank ahead. The return knock came a half beat slow. I could use the pack as a blunt probe. An orphaned foot sent ahead to ask questions without committing the rest of me. I smiled, not because I was clever, because the marsh allowed it. I sent the pack to the very lip of the next span and watched the unscrewing screw rise enough to show a clean ring of pale wood, where air had licked the threads away of stain. The board behind it quivered like a muscle in a calf, trying not to cramp. I reeled the pack back with its strap and tried the other side of the triangle, where the boards had old metal plates bolted over seams like scars. The plate rang when my knuckles touched it. The return was late and low, a sound like a chest a room away. I moved that way, sliding one knee, then the other, distributing myself until I was the world's least elegant skater. Behind me, something in the reed wall exhaled my shape. A whispery rush with my height in it, my pace in it, my impatience. It would be so easy to turn and say my own name to see if the reeds could pronounce it. The paper had warned me against that most human urge. I swallowed my name and used the word there instead. There is a powerful, neutral word when you are talking to places. It does not invite the place to talk back in a language you can't afford to understand. The next 20 yards were entirely exercise kneel, knock, interpret, retreat, or advance. Twice the replies matched perfectly, and I stayed still long enough that my kneecaps developed their own weather. Once the reply started to match and then faded, like a child copying a teacher until their hand got tired. Both times I moved only when the marsh forgot me. The screw ahead finally rose enough that it came free into the air and stood on the board head, down, quivering, balanced on its tip as if it were a nail that didn't know what job it was hired for. The hole it left wept black water that pooled around the neat circle and then ran in a thin, X down 2-grain lines like a letter, trying on other shapes. From between the planks, bubbles started to collect. At first they were round and unambitious. Then they broke themselves as they rose and stretched into shapes that weren't letters until they suddenly were. A hooked line, a straight stroke, a curve. I blinked hard, because hallucinating words in moving water is a classic symptom of panic, and I didn't want to give my fear the credit. The next pair of bubbles made an S so clear a kindergartner would have cut it from construction paper. The next made a T that bled into a slanted A. Stop, or stay. Water is a terrible speller, but it is a fantastic mimic when you ask it to be. The maintenance sheet hadn't been coy. If water is making words, leave. Leave where? The chain was behind. The only honesty I had was backward. I resisted the urge to look up at the wide, gray strip of sky that marked the road, because I didn't want to anchor my hope to distance and misstep in the present. I fixed my eyes on the close. Numbers, screws, grain. The board numbers did a fresh trick. They started offering me numbers I hadn't seen on the way in 103, 117, 41. A recycled section from another loop, or the marsh's way of turning my inner compass to static. I stopped reading. I started using my own body, the way rangers do: count steps, count breaths, count knocks. I made a rule that every time I felt the urge to take 2 boards at once to save time, I would fork my sip of water instead and give the board I stood in enough human weight to prove I respected it. The bottle cap tasted like pennies. The swallows above reappeared, and then dropped like stones, and then reappeared again, because swallows have never believed in straight lines. The bench 2 triangles back thunked gently without anyone on it. The sound had the tempo of rocking. The guest book's pen string shifted an inch and left a damp calligraphy I didn't want to read. In the reeds to my left, a voice spoke in a tone that belonged to a person filling a quiet with competence. Field check complete. The words were shaped right, and the cadence had the fatigue of a long day, and I knew they weren't mine. The urge to answer pricked the skin between my shoulders. I knocked instead. 2 soft taps. The reply took a second longer than fear wanted. I gave the board behind me my weight and felt it hold with the relief of somebody who is trying to be better and gets a tiny public win. At the next span, a section of the boardwalk no longer had the ambition to be a walkway. It had become a raft. You could see where the stringers had let go from their cross braces. You could see where the marsh, pleased with its new toy, had drawn a dark outline around the gap. The raft still sat flush, barely, and the handrail cable over it was slack in the way a belt gets slack after dinner. If I put my weight on that raft, I knew it would drift a foot left, a foot right, a foot away. Not much, but enough to remind me that floating means not belonging, and belonging is what you have to want in places that can keep you. The cable that spanned it hummed with a busybody's interest. I took hold of it with both hands, slid my pack across ahead of me, and flattened until I was more chest than anything else. The world became the shine of wet wood an inch from my nose. In that shine, a tiny shrugging current tried to write another S. I fogged it with my breath and made it unreadable again. My elbows found the edges of planks. My toes pressed into screws, my weight spread out like a confession. Halfway across the raft, the marsh pushed from below. One solid, deliberate heave, a body turning under blankets. The boards rose under my ribs and then sank and kept sinking a hair longer than physics says they should, like a hand lingering in a pocket. The cable bucked once, and I swallowed a yelp and swung my hips back into center in a move I'd once practiced on gym mats without ever believing I'd need it. When the raft settled, it settled half an inch farther from the next anchored span. The gap in front of my fingers widened into an invitation or a dare, depending on your temperament. I did not change mine. I knocked with my chin, the dumbest, most mortal knock I've ever made in my life, and the reply came from behind me, faint, distracted, as if whatever lived under the boards had been called away to attend to some other guest. I slid the last foot like a letter under a door, and caught the edge of the anchored plank with my fingers, and then my palms, and then my elbows, and then my knees, reinventing crawling in 3 seconds. The cable gave up humming and went quiet the way a room does when the loudest person finally leaves. On the far side, the numbers straightened out for a blessed, suspicious 10 boards. 68 again. 69. The exact pair that had started this entire argument. My old knee print on 69 had thinned to a ghost. The unscrewing screw I'd left. A head had toppled and rolled. It lay at the edge, glittering with a smear of resin and marsh spit, pointing back the way I'd come like a compass with an opinion. I should have been relieved. The entrance. Chain, kiosk. Good gravel. Could not be more than a couple 100 yards. My body tasted the idea of flat ground, the way a tongue tastes the idea of sugar. That's when the marsh, bored with charm, chose bluntness. From under the boards to my right came a sound like a big hand slapping black water once. The same to my left. Reeds bowed in slow applause as something long moved through them on both sides, keeping pace. Ahead, 3 screws lifted in the same instant. 3 perfect silver heads, rising together from board 70, 2 like teeth peeking from gum. Behind me, a single knock sounded on wood I wasn't touching. Not echo, not mimic. A knock that belonged to the house. I moved because the only rule I had left said move. When the place clears its throat. My knees found their old grooves. My palms learned their old prayer. The chain would be around the next bend or the one after. The kiosk poster would be tooth, yellow in the last of the day. And the thing under the boards, whether it was an animal with patience or water with a curriculum, would complete whatever lesson the incident log had tried to name. Today, if I stayed for the closing remarks, I came around the bend with my head too low to see far, chin close to planks, breath counting, and found a final platform wide as a small room. The chain hung across the far throat of it. The kiosk beyond had a new sheet of tape. Oh, the boardwalk map where the spur had been. The gravel lot reflected the sky like a shallow pan. 2 steps, 10, 20. I felt the platform under my knees the way you feel the good floorboards in your own hall. In the center of the platform, the maintenance clipboard lay open, a fresh page under the clip in crisp plastic. The top line read INCID Reparta 2019-03. Below it, Matice Karsbo RDBL Grespo Diiki and Sirad ADSTA. OBCRVR Kaladot Fel Nam Dio Naut. The rest of the page had been scarred by water and fingers, until only the indent of writing remained. A palimpsest you could only read by sliding your hand over it and pretending your skin had eyes. The chain between me and the gravel twitched, not wind. A small, deliberate tug from below, from the place where the marsh keeps its wrists and ankles. The padlock lifted against gravity an inch, then 2, then let itself down with the patience of a teacher, waiting for a student's last wrong answer before handing back the test. Behind me, under the platform, a chorus of small wet mouths opened and shut together in a tidy, terrible run of clicks that counted me off like a metronome because my feet were about to be the music. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1. I stood without standing. My weight remained on knees and hands because some part of me had finally understood what humility weighs and how to carry it. I reached for the chain. It lifted to meet me smiling from the inside. The chain lifted until the padlock's weight became a suggestion instead of a fact. I didn't touch it. Hands are how you make bad promises. I kept my knees planted on the wide center boards and felt for the screw heads at the edges with my palms, the way a person running their fingers along a fence finds its staples by memory. Kneel. Knock twice. Listen. I tapped the prunform in front of the chain with the side of a fist, so small the sound stayed in my bones. The answer came from beneath and slightly to the left. Late, then softer. Full, but restless. I shifted my weight backward the way you. When a dog is thinking about your sandwich. The chain dropped a half-inch and the padlock kissed the post with a quiet, performative clink. Not yet. I told it. Because saying not yet is a way of keeping your mouth out of your name. The maintenance clipboard lay open like a flattened animal. I slid it toward me with 2 fingers and flipped the page with the back of a nail, so the plastic didn't stick to my skin. Under INCID Entity Rapar 2019-03, the indents ran on in tall, slanted strokes. I tilted the plastic until headlamp glare revealed a few more ghosts. Stage responses do not echo visha atiro shesi shara edh tedid nemani a device e lo ck chain igh do notifidi bck. Someone had underlined do not feedback twice so hard they'd torn the paper. Lock chain high. The chain was already high. The post cap wore a hole where a hasp could be set. No hasp, just intention. The chain twitched again, impatient now, and I realized the tug didn't come from the posts. It came from the weight of the chain itself, where it dipped into shadows under the platforms. Something below had taken a gentle purchase on it and was testing. The way you unspool line to see how much a fish is willing to give you before you move from catch and release to dinner. I unclipped the thin aluminum carabiner that keeps my water bottle an honest citizen and slid it onto the handrail cable. The cable whined as metal met metal. I palmed the chain, kept my weight on my knees, and guided a link up to the carabiner, like I was feeding a skittish animal. The chain rose to help me, and that almost undid me. Flattery has always been my particular trap. I muttered the inventory of objects inside my pack, like a litany until my hands belonged to me again. When the link reached the biner's gate, I twisted my wrist and thunked it closed. The chain's next lift hit the cable instead of me. The handrail hummed in a high offended note. I squeezed it in the fist that wasn't trembling, and the tone cut off. Under the platform something wet chuckled, a scoop of bubbles rising in a ladder, and then stilled. The padlock swung, insulted. I left the chain where it was north of my face, out of my decisions. Beyond the chain, the gravel lot showed itself honest and flat in the last light. The kiosk's laminated map had a strip of blue tape across Boer di Babalke, Tempo Arella Silasi, and someone with a pen had written PLAS. Respiti on the tape like a prayer stuck to a saint. The gap between the last plank and the concrete apron of the pullout was no gap at all. 2 inches of air, a curb a child could manage. Everything in me wanted to lean, choose forward the way bad choices look good at the very end. Tess, don't lean. I slid my pack forward with the heel of my hand until it kissed the chain. The carabiner held. I used the strap as a leash and raised the pack up and over the chain like a dumb dog at an obedience course. It bumped through, landed on the platform's last 2 boards, and sat like a citizen. I knocked twice where it sat. The answer matched once and then missed, like a student embarrassed by a teacher's presence. I breathed slower. The screws along the edges had stopped climbing their holes to watch. That should have comforted me. It didn't. Stills make better traps than motion. From the reeds to my right came the soft, patient voice of a woman who had never met me but was good at meeting people. Sir, Harper, it's okay. Come toward my voice. The reed wall held her tone perfectly, giving it back with the peculiar softness of wet surfaces. Somewhere under her words the faintest cross, rhythm of water drum 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1. It sounded exactly like a walk you have been proud to call graceful. I knocked twice on the board under my knees instead. The reply came from behind, a fraction slow. "Back one," I did. The platform answered like a thing that can learn. The next two knocks lagged, full but polite. I set my hands wide, weight low, and began to inch toward the chain, while giving the boards more time than my fear thought sensible. Every time the knock came back too quickly, I stopped long enough for my ears to get lazy, and then knocked again. When I made it under the chain, the carabiner sang a thin victory note, and then settled into a grind that sounded like teeth deciding not to meet. "Don't look down," the marsh said with 1,000 tiny round mouths clicking in tidy discipline under the planks. I did, because I'm not that obedient. In the gaps between boards, gas bubbles shouldered into letters with children's ambition. S, T, A. Then the current tore them sideways and made 7s and Ks and a grin by accident. Words are human magic, not marsh magic. Let the marsh keep its grammar. I palmed the last screw head before the concrete apron and felt it cold through wood. Colder than the evening had any right to make it. I wrapped the apron with the back of my knuckles. It thudded the way poured things thud. No return. No mimicry. No manners. The wave that lives under everything could lift concrete in time, given weather and patience, but not tonight. I scooted my pack one palm, span more onto it, and let the strap go. The pack stayed. I slid my left knee to the lip and planted it on the apron's rough pebbles, and the relief in that knee was obscene. I didn't stand. Standing is for people who get to pretend they are done learning. A hand closed around my right ankle. Human, firm, finger pads. A thumb-finding tendon. For one foolish beat my body staged a small joy June from the canyon, a ranger. A man with a good flashlight and a voice like road salt. Then reality corrected me. The hand came from between boards, not from the apron. I didn't kick. There is no winning a kick fight with a place. I knocked 2 sharp taps with the heel of my feet against a board I wasn't on. The hand squeezed once. Curious. Not cruel. Then let go as if interrupted by a more interesting problem. The board under it lifted and settled like a belly breathing. The chain tugged at the carabiner in 3 offended jerks. The cable sang anger and then embarrassment. I slid the rest of me onto the concrete like a man rolling out of a bad bed and put my palms flat on poured stone. Cold held. My skills were briefly relevant again. The platform behind me made a polite sound, like a bench scooting over to offer a seat. Screws turned half a rotation and rested, as if to loosen their shoulders for next time. The reeds spoke my name a final time, my whole name, cleanly, the exact way my mother used to weaponize all 3 parts when I'd taken a shortcut with homework. I allowed myself one tiny answer without syllables. I shook my head once, a refusal from the neck. The reeds swayed as if laughing, and then refilled themselves with bird noise that had schedules to keep. At the kiosk, the ranger office number looked new. I dialed it because ritual is a way to tell a place you still believe in institutions, even if the place doesn't care. A voice answered that had coffee and sand in it. I gave the facts without poetry. Boardwalk compromised. Closure honored now whether it wants to be or not. Screws moving of their own recognizance. Returning knocks exact. Water attempting letters. Chain responsive. I heard myself and felt ridiculous and didn't care. Any injuries? The voice asked. Only pride, I said. And kneecaps. Stay at the pullout, he said. I'll roll a truck. You alone? Yes, I said, and made a mental note. About the kind of yes That leaves out all the company you had on the way out. I set my pack on the gravel like a good dog and paced the length of the lot, where the asphalt gave up to shoulder and cattail. In the tire ruts, a film of water shivered with road vibrations, writing unlettered lines that had nothing to say but, "Yes, yes, yes." The chain behind me settled into stillness. The carabiner hung where I'd left it, a silly ornament that had done useful work. I left it. That felt like payment. Headlights came around the bend, patient, yellow. The ranger who got out had a braid tucked down the back of her jacket, and the unrushed posture of someone who trusts procedure, because procedure has earned it. She listened with the face you use when you know well, meaning people drift into dangerous places the way sleepwalkers drift toward stairs. She didn't ask me to repeat the parts that sounded like a story. She asked for the parts that could be put in a report. Distance from chain to first unscrewing board. Approximate location of raft section. Weather, tide chart, time if I had it. I didn't. Her pen made neat knots on paper. Name, she said finally. Harper Vale, I said. Because there are places to be careful, and forms are not one of them. She wrote it without looking up. You're the second this month who tested the closure, she said, and her voice didn't sharpen on the word tested the way it could have. The first kept answering when it gave her name back. That didn't go well. Tuesday 1903. Her mouth twitched. Different year. Same lesson. She walked to the chain, studied the way it hitched to my carabiner, and nodded once like you nod at a kid who has done a small task properly, after doing a large thing wrong. She clipped the chain higher with a proper lock from her belt pouch and slid the plastic, sleeved maintenance sheet off the clipboard and into her jacket. She left the guest book where it was and closed it without reading, as if to deny the marsh the courtesy of audience. You want me to write a statement? I asked, because people like us want to make ourselves useful. After places like this make us small. She shook her head. I'll write the closure clearer. People hear better when you don't try to charm them. Go home. Wash your knees. I took 3 steps toward my car, and then stopped and turned back to the boardwalk, because the worst thing you can do to a place that let you leave is pretend you were not there. Thank you, I said, not to the ranger, who deserved it, but to the shape of the platform in the dim, to the chain that had learned to expect help and had gotten bureaucracy instead, to the screws whose patience had almost been my undoing, and to the tonic ugliness of concrete that belongs to people. The reeds rattled in a wind that had come up steady, honest wind that moved every surface equally. Somewhere far out, a blackbird cleared his throat and rehearsed morning. I drove away at the posted speed, half a mile down, where the marsh gave up to the kind of land that thinks it's safe. I pulled over and looked at my hands in the dome light. The board grit had written a faint grid in my palms, the way a city leaves a ghost map on your feet after a hot day. I rubbed at it and most of it went, but a few black lines stayed where resin and marsh had used me for paper. They faded over the week. One sliver remained under the skin at the base of my thumb, a black arrow pointing toward caution. It still itches when I ignore polite signs. In the mornings now, when I pass construction tape or a cone or a sign that says Celosity in letters ugly and kind, I do not negotiate with it. I don't step over. I don't peek around. I don't hum. If I must knock, I knock on my own table at home. Twice. Waiting between. and let emptiness answer with silence the way it is supposed to. I haven't gone back to that marsh. I don't plan to. Someone will rebuild the boardwalk with new scringers and better screws, and a closure that doesn't look liftable. The water will continue the only job it has, which is to return everything to flatness with the patience of a god and the attention span of a child stacking blocks. Just to kick them down. Red, winged blackbirds will go back to throwing their flags around like politicians, and the guest book will collect real birds again, and some bored teenager will write promposal trash on the bench and then carve it deeper with a key. All of it true. Sometimes, when I set a mug down on my kitchen counter a little too hard, I hear the exact timbre of my knuckles on wet wood, and a breath later another sound. A soft, late echo in my own bones, as if something under me is trying one last time to feed back what I fed it first. I do not answer. I let the rules have me, because they were trying to even when I thought I was immune. If the surface moves, kneel. If the return matches, don't proceed if the water makes words leave. And I do not say my name into reads anymore, not even in jokes. Names are invitations. The marsh taught me how to RSVP. The chain stays high in my mind, locked to something stronger than a carabiner. I leave it there for the next version of me who will want to lift it and sail in, because sailing in is a habit I have not quit yet. When I feel the urge, I think of a screw turning itself out of a job with the smug confidence of a thing certain you'll help, and I put my hands on the table instead and knock twice, and then wait. When nothing knocks back, I call that mercy. When something does, I call the number posted and let someone in his job at his answer. The marsh gets to sing to itself. I get to go the long way around. My name is Jonah Pike, and I have an ugly little superstition about battery. Lights go out when you don't deserve them. Spare cells weigh grams. Sure, but I prefer to bank lumens, walk by feel, and reward myself with brightness at a summit like a kid saving the best bite for last. It's a habit that passes for discipline until you're alone on a ridge after sundown, and the world starts repeating your private thoughts back to you with a mouth you can't see. I started late for the view. That's the part I tell a ranger the proper way, with a self-deprecating shrug. The ridge cut a long gray underline between two basins, a mile of broken quartz and dwarf spruce. And I wanted sunrise from the far knob, with the survey marker dented by lightning. The map made it look like a long, lean S, easy enough if I stayed high. A wind from the west calmed the shoulder, high crumholes into a polished wave. The air tasted like cold pennies. I told myself those were good omens, and that my headlamp would stay off until the last 100 yards to camp. Both because batteries are a currency, and because darkness is a kind of honesty when you think you know a place. The first cue that the ridge had other plans was what went missing. Not sound. Ridge wind always steals the vowels from the world, but order. Far below, the creek wrote its white sentence through the trees, and then it didn't. The wind eased, but the quiet that followed wasn't rest. It was the weight a room takes on when someone has stopped talking in the middle of a confession. Keep the pace, I said, because I narrate to myself when I'm spooked. It makes me feel like I'm the only one in here. The sentence dribbled off the end of my breath and came back to me from the right, my good ear. 2 heartbeats later. Keep the pace. Not echo. Softer, steadier, with a slight smile in it I didn't like. I stopped, My pack straps creaked. My right boot ticked against a loose flake. The ridge stopped creaking a fraction after I did. Wind went on being wind, indifferent. Silence arranged itself neatly at my side, like someone taking a seat without asking if it was taken. You're tired, I told myself. Audio pareidolia. The mind makes shape out of noise, because shape feels safer than shrug. I chalked a small X on a flat slab with the carpenter's pencil I keep in my hip belt pocket for notes. I took 5 steps along the spine, counted them aloud like a coach. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. The numbers hopped into the dark and returned as if carried back by a child who'd learned to say them better than me. When I turned to check the slab, the X glowed weakly in starlight. A second X, fainter, newer, sat 5 paces ahead of it, diagonal by a hair. The way I slant when I write standing up. I don't scare easy. I scare eventual. I went eventual now, switching my headlamp onto low. The world shifted from suggestion to bone. The beam drew a careful cone over lichen and granite and the bleached twig of a tree that had been lightning's last word. 2 yards ahead, the ridge path etched itself in dust and mica spark. In that dust prints, mine. Same lug pattern. A broken chevron V with a missing block on the left heel I'd been meaning to replace since last winter. Depth deeper than my last step should have made. Fresher than mine by a gloss I could read, even in that small light. The way new scars are pinker than old. I swung the beam in a slow arc. To the left of those prints, a second set. To the right, a third. Staggered forward, like a chorus line where every dancer wears my boots and has my stride but presses harder into the world, as if the ground had said yes to them more than it had to me. 5 sets in all, fanning slightly where the ridge broadened, converging where it pinched. Ahead, the path narrowed to a rock ribbon. All 5 sets marched toward the ribbon with careful, smug intent. Coot, I said to air that didn't need humor. I backed up 1 step. The prints did not recede. I took off my glove and felt an old callus at the base of my thumb with my forefinger. The habit I have when my brain is trying to file itself. The headlamp beam brightened a fraction, without my touching the switch, and a cold at the back of my neck told me it did that because my breathing had changed. I watched my exhale leave my mouth in a white thread, then another thread, then a third. I counted again under my fog. In 2, 3, out 2, 3, 4. A 4th plume joined the 3, shaped like my breath but not from my body, lagging by a heartbeat, then overlapping until I couldn't tell if I was exhaling into myself or into it. Turn around, I thought, as if thinking were privacy, as if thoughts were not just a kind of quiet speech. The ridge whispered back, not from ahead where the prints were, but from just at my right shoulder. Turn around, not advice, a quotation. Okay, I said, because saying okay to no one can break a spell, if you believe the movies. I palmed the carpenter's pencil again, drew a circle around 1 right print, then notched the circle with a diagonal slash like a traffic sign. I took a long, exaggerated step to land where no one would land, unless they were being childish on purpose. I looked up the ridge to the lead prints. The nearest right print wore my little graffito now. Circle, slash, already there. The pencil lines grayer than mine by half a shade, as if they'd dried for a minute I hadn't lived. I laughed. It sounded like someone else winning an argument with me. There's a point where fear becomes a tidy, useful anger, and I went there. The ridge, to its credit, approved. The wind came band on my shoulder blade, nudging me forward. When it died on my inhale. The fourth plume hung a second longer, as if considering me. The path entered a run of uneven blocks, tilted like teeth. I sat down on one and tightened my laces. You don't walk broken stone in sloppy boots. You don't give a ridge free leverage. The sets of prints ahead had crossed it cleanly. All of them, like men walking a chalk line in a sobriety test. They wrote themselves. I took my time and placed each foot where no foot had landed, looking for microscopic seams of information about which rock wanted to roll and which would abide. The beam stayed low. I watched for the hard shine that says ice, between early fall. I listened between my own small noises for the one that didn't belong to me. Once, the whisper nearest my ear said, "Save batteries," an exact duplicate of the sentence I had thought an hour before. Then, because I was listening for it, I heard the arrow, the S ran long, a hiss a fraction too deliberate, as if the mouth that made it had studied snakes more than people. "How about we spend them?" I said, and pushed the headlamp to medium. The world jumped a stop brighter. Spruce needles flared from black to army green. The quartz crystals in the granite returned stars instead of secrets. The 5 lanes of prints ahead sighed in the light and crowded closer together like children disliking exposure. I've walked ridge in fog and ridge in sleet and ridge under sun mean as tin. Night Ridge is its own book. You see only the sentence you're reading. You invent the next clause wrong until you put your foot in it. To my left, the slope fell into a rumor of fur and then into nothing. To my right, it bulged up in old bones. My shadow walked on both sides, half against boulder, half thrown over absence. It made me 2 half men. The extra plume of breath made me 1.5 again. I wanted badly to say my name, first and last, into the dark to prove I was the author here. I swallowed it because names invite things. Where the ridge pinched, the prints agreed into a single line. Mine, me's. Tread blocks read as neat as stamped metal. The place itself had opinions, frost wedges, hairline cracks. Little fans of scree waiting with polite patience for ankles to present themselves. Someone before me, someone else, the same, had trotted this run without the tiny corrections that keep you from bleeding. Their pace lengthened. My jaw clenched to keep from matching it. Because that's a trick the dark uses. It sets a metronome you didn't consent to and waits for your feet to surrender. At a narrow, the path offered options. Left, a short ledge around a fin of rock with a hand's breadth ledge and a good undercling. Right, a gravel tongue that looked gentle and was lying. The 5 sets of prints went right, all of them committed. The right hand gravel showed little scars where rubber had skated and bit and held. I started left without thinking, and the whisper leaned hard into my ear right. I said as if considering a new appetizer. My palm tested the undercling. It was cold and pleased with itself, and had held 1,000 men who'd trusted it. I went left, and in the beam caught a smear of dirt on the rock, where a thigh had brushed and left a brown story. The smear print had a faint crotchet in it, the fabric of my trail pants. I stopped and looked back at the gravel. The right hand wrote, "Received the ghost of my left." Turn as if it were still on the table. A light hush in dust where a foot might have skinned but didn't. I wasn't walking alone anymore. I was being herded by a committee of better Joes. Good, fine. Ridgelines like students with answers. You chaperone or you become one of them, and end up lost with your own hand in the air. Past the fin, the ridge buckled and flattened. In a low spot, a shallow pan of old snow held on in a depression like a ghost of weather. My lamp whitened it. The 5 lanes of prints hit its edge and answered the blank with delight. Snow records better than dust. I went to the edge and read. Their treads were my treads. The chevron, the missing block at the left heel. The tiny crescent chummock gone from the outside edge of the right foot, where I'd cracked a lug on talus in June. Deeper than mine by a finger width. Fresher edges crisp enough to shave with. One set detailed to a fault. Edge to edge, heel and toe, like the wearer had been heavier or more certain. The spacing of steps ran a ruler through miug, longer, a cadence I don't use, a cocky parade. In the center of the snow patch, a circle of prints, overlapped like wreath leaves, me's walking around something. In the center, nothing but a small depression the size of a boot toe, as if the person or thing at the center had stood on one foot to keep from touching ground all the way. I crouched and let the lamplight wash the hollows. On impulse, I pressed my own toe gently into the center. The cold bit through rubber and bone. A 4th plume drifted from my mouth and, glad as a child given permission, pressed a faint white haze a hair ahead of itself, as if the air had a mouth finding mine. Not tonight, I said to a thing that lacks calendar. A gust shouldered the back of my neck and pushed my hood forward. The headlamp's beam dipped and lit, for the first time, the rock on my right. Close enough to skin a slab shown smooth by winter, and faced with a manic little tapestry of nicks and cuts, each a thumbnail long, each set in lines. The lines made words if you wanted them to. A smart kid could find letters. I stepped closer and saw that it was just the work of many years of small falls and hands that caught rock the way prayer catches air. Still, the itch crawled up the back of my scalp. If I wanted letters here, I had come primed to see them. If the ridge wanted to write me, it had better tools than rock. When you're solo, you measure your margin with stupid little oaths. I made one. No more battery savings, I said. I clicked the headlamp to high. The cone expanded, diluted in distance. The 5 lanes of prints ahead silvered and flinched. Beyond them, the ridge presented a decision more honest than the last. A knife edged 20 yards long with sky on both sides, and the far end swelled to a safe, fat knob, where my camp would be a half-hour easy. The wind pressed its warmest part against my chest, and then switched to cold for my back, indecisive. The 5 me's had walked the knife, on the balls of their feet like gymnasts. Their prints kept to the crown like someone trafficking in glue and confidence. I placed my boot on the start of the blade, heel down, and let the lug edges mold around little crystals. The headlamps beamed through, my shadow down both sides like a question mark. My breath came and went in 2 plumes, then 3, then the 4th, lagging, catching up, overlaying, like someone learning harmony the easy way. Somewhere under the wind, in the space where a voice goes when it doesn't want wind to carry it, mine said in my good ear, "You're fine," in a way that made fine sound temporary. Halfway along the knife, the prints stopped. All 5 sets. They didn't stumble or skim or splay. They ended, ahead of the end. Bare rock showed the shallow scrapes left by quartz crystals where a boot toe might have nudged. To either side, down the slopes, no scuffs, no slides. It was as if 5 men in my boots had decided they knew how to walk on light and had chosen it. "Show off," I said through gritted teeth. The headlamp's beam trembled, and I made my legs honest again with a little knee bend that took the shake out. I did not look down. Down existed. Down had arguments to make, they could wait. I measured the next step in fractions, midsole to crown, crown to crown, crown to knob. The fourth plume grazed my cheek warm as bandana breath, and I had the purely childish impulse to bite it. The wind calmed with the suddenness of a person stopped mid, complaint by a new thought. In the pause, something I'd been ignoring spoke plainly. The tiny zipper, teeth rattle of my chest strap's loose end against nylon. It had been there all night, a hush scratch at the edge of hearing. It had a twin now, an answer rattle a half, beat behind and a hair lower, as if from a strap on a chest a hand's breadth shorter than mine. I pressed the loose tab into my sternum, and the second rattle went on for 3 ticks, and then quit, embarrassed. I kept pressure there, until the knob came up under my feet, and the long, stupid courage of the knife became the easier courage of plain dirt. The knob wore grass the color of old rope. In its center, the survey cap waited with its old lightning dent, a shallow dish that had filled with rain and dust and made a private little bog. Around the cap, 5 clean prints fanned like a badge. Beyond them, a 6th, just one, stood by itself, toes aimed at a patch of darkness not more than a boot length away. I lifted the lamp and the patch wasn't shadow. It was a hole the start of an old prospect, maybe a trial dig from the 1930s that never paid. No fence, no cairn, nothing but grass bent wrong, and a ring of stones that might have been made by people, might have been made by frost. The hole breathed cold. Not the night's cold, down's cold. The kind that smells like old rope and pennies in the damp of things that prefer a lid. The single print at its lip carried every D-tread like a confession. The grass bore the gentlest pull inward, a suggestion that a body had leaned and considered. I angled the lamp and saw, on the hole's far lip, the smallest crescent of disturbed duff, the exact shape a boot leaves when someone has already, carefully, cleverly, put weight there to check that the other side would hold when the time came. My breath counted by itself. In, 2, 3. 2, 3, 4. The fourth plume arrived late, then not at all, then brushed my ear from the hole's direction, as if something down there had decided to help me with the timing. The whisper from my right should have come then, with its polite mimicry, but it didn't. The ridge had stopped repeating me. It was waiting to see which sentence I wrote next. I could set camp 10 yards back, tie outlines to dwarf spruce, sleep with my light within reach like a sinner, keeps a Bible on a nightstand. I could skirt the hole and take the long, scrubby descent to timber, burning battery and pride and miles until dirt road turned into the kind of gravel that forgives. I could kneel and say, my first and last out loud here, where the survey cap made government claim on ground, and see which part of the night answered. I cut the headlamp to medium, because high felt like shouting. I stepped off the knob until the little bog around the cap was not at my feet, until the hole was not in my forward anymore but my periphery, where things belong until they earn center. The 5 sets of prints that weren't mine made their own circle, grinning, while the one that reached the lip toed inward the way a coin does just before you flick it into a jar. I listened for the zipper rattle and didn't hear it. I listened for the extra exhale and got only my own pulse in my ears, small and stubborn and very alive. I stood there with a battery I'd finally allowed to be used, with light I'd earned in the longest possible way, with my name quiet where it belongs. Behind me, down the knife, something made the soft sound of rubber, convinced of itself, and then stopped at exactly the place where the 5 sets of prints had stopped, which is where I learned that waiting is not the same as being alone. I stood still long enough to feel the hole breathe, and me not breathe with it. Light to medium, not off again. That was the first rule I made. The second die, don't let the ridge keep the beat. If it wanted a metronome, it could count itself. I slid one hand into my hip belt and touched the little round compass there. The cheap one I keep clipped as a joke at myself. The needle settled, jittered, then committed. Southeast would take me off the knob into Crum Halls, and a mile beyond, the shoulder where the game trail dropped to timber. I could bivvy wrong and make morning the apology, or I could keep negotiating with a hole. I took 3 big steps back from the prospect's lip, wide enough that I had to place my feet where no boot, mine or my copy's, had settled. My lamp caught the survey cap and turned it into a blind eye. The 5 circles of prints around it read like a medal pinned on a fool. The lone print at the lip didn't blink or blush. It simply waited for the next sentence. "Not writing that one," I said. The sentence came back from my right ear, half later in a slightly sweeter voice. "Not writing that one." I didn't answer. I turned my shoulder to the hole, so it had to work to stay in my peripheral, and started down off the knob into the dwarf spruce. The first 10 feet were plain dirt, tufted with ropey grass. Then came the lichen, slick stones, and the bent little trees that have spent a century making do. I chose the line I would have called ugly in daylight, through the thicker growth, over the gnarled knees of roots that wanted skin, with hands as much as feet. The prince tried to help, on the bare patches where the wind kept a skin of dust. Fresh tread marks, shouldered into being a stride ahead, angling toward a smooth ramp that looked like kindness. I stepped over them onto knotted duff and a slant of bark. The ramp answered my neglect by slipping a single pebble toward my ankle like a late invitation. I set my boot on a mat of reindeer moss, felt it compress and hold, then spread my weight with palm and knee the way you do when you decide being ridiculous is cheaper than being carried. Southeast, my small compass argued. The needle quivered the way a chihuahua warns you it has a soul. The whisper at my right suggested, with the warmth of someone who loves you too quickly, southwest. I gave the needle the dignity of my trust and moved in the bearing it favored, counting out loud in a cadence that would have made a marching band stare 1, 4, 9, 16. Square numbers when your brain wants beats, prime breaths when your body wants even. The 4th plume of exhale drifted in on the wrong numbers and bumped my cheek with the pout of a metronome denied. Past a low rib of rock I found a shallow run of scree, the sort of pantry a ridge keeps for unbalanced men. The prints, mine, but better, showed there in a clean diagonal. Long confident strides down, and right to a saddle the map in my head agreed existed. I felt the pull of it in my calves, the siren of saving 20 minutes. I palmed a stone and pushed it into the slope. It skated, snicked against others, hissed to the bottom with a sound like consonants, whispered behind a teacher's back. I watched what moved. A thin tongue under the top layer coursed as if on ball bearings. A trap, not a path. I went left into Crum Halls that slapped me on principle. Branches clawed my jacket with the pettiness of old shrubs. I let them. You can't bully stunted spruce into liking you. They approve of resignation. The whisper tried again with one of my old sentences. Save batteries. How about we spend them? I said. because a bully also approves of being told no in the right tone. I thumbed the headlamp to high, the good coins dumped on the table. The beam punched a hole in the little forest and showed me the next 6 honest handholds. It also showed me something I hadn't wanted, a sliver of movement ahead and right, barely within the cone. Not animal. Me, not a face, not a ghost. A segment. My right arm from elbow to gloved, palm slipping through a seam in the boughs. Fingers parted in the exact old habit I have when reaching for purchase. My glove was cleaner. The sleeve wasn't scuffed at the cuff where mine was. The arm vanished when the beam slid off it, and my ribs opened in a wild, stupid grin that wasn't amusement. It was the relief of giving a thing a shape, and forgetting that shape is just a better mask. I stopped and made a rule that learned from the last one. When the ridge offers me an improved version of me doing a thing with ease, I will do a worse thing, slowly, and be alive for it. 3 points on the wood. The boot placed where bark is gray with lichen, not black with polish from traffic. Count wrong. Breathe wrong. Come away with needles in my hair. Let the spruce get their tithe. The prints soaked in dust like teenagers. On a bare patch. They overlapped themselves so perfectly that the ground gleamed with a fat black shine. I stepped in the duff to the side and sank to the ankle into something that smelled like 10 winters. It held my boot a love, beat too long, then gave it up with a hush like a hand letting go under a table. The breath at my ear laughed softly, and inside the laugh was a zipper tab's chatter. I pressed the loose strap of my chest harness into my sternum and listened for the ghost strap to surrender. It did, grudgingly, a beat late. I held the tab there until my thumb aged. The crumhulls gave way to a shallow, bouldered run. The good-bad choice appeared again. As easy to read as a road sign, the rightward line, clean as paint, a broken granite staircase, the leftward, a tilted jigsaw of knee, high blocks that asked for humility. The prints went right. They had rehearsed the right. They made the staircase look like memory. I went left and performed the clumsy faith of people who bury their shins and keep their teeth. On the third block my boot slithered and my knee clipped stone, and I said the sort of word that comes out of you in one syllable like a shot. The whisper at my ear repeated it. My exact tone, the way a sibling would. Then tripped over the vowel and made a hiss out of it, pleased with the snake in the syllable more than the meaning. Bless you. I told it. Because I have a cruelty, I save for things that want to be human. The ridge narrowed again unexpectedly, at a lay of rock I had misremembered as a longer bench. It pinched me into a little slot with spruce fingers on both sides and a 7-foot drop under a ledge slicked by old ice. Beyond, the slope canted to a wash of quartz flakes that spilled to timber like sugar. It was possible to bridge the slot with hands and boots and lower down by arm, span, and ego. It was also possible to be greedy and jump into the flakes, ride them like a child, and break an ankle for a view of your own cleverness. The prints ahead split here for the first time. 3 sets had jumped, dug, slid, corrected, graceless and fast. 2 had done the bridge strong and rude, palms polished black where they had loved the stone. I put my hands in the place where the stone had been loved and lowered slow. Halfway, a second pair of hands closed on my pack and pulled me like a helpful friend. Every tendon in me went winter hard. The tug wasn't violent. It was sensible, the way a guide reaches, to take weight for a stranger without making a show. I did not let the ridge own whose kindness it was. I popped the buckle at my right hip, then the left, then the sternum clip, and slithered out of the straps like a shrimp leaving a shell. The pack caught for a second against my elbow, then went free and hung in the slot between the bows, suspended by physics that had misplaced its memo. For a whole, ridiculous heartbeat, I considered negotiating for it. Then the slot sighed and the pack dropped, slid the easy line in the quartzy sugar, and rattled itself into the noise that distance makes out of expensive lessons. The zipper tab chattered twice from below. The chatter down there had a friend. I stood on my feet on honest rock again and felt like a thief who had stolen the right thing from the wrong person. I was light. I hated the feeling and held onto it because loving it would give it power. Fine, I said, not to the ridge. To myself. We improvise. Headlamp, jacket, compass, carpenter's pencil, water bottle, knife, phone. The list was short and included everything that mattered, except what my body wants at 3 a.m. Down, foam, food. I could sit in crumb hulls and shiver in relays and make of my skin a politics until morning. Or I could keep moving, spend all the batteries, and let motion be blanket. Southeast, the needle held its temper. The wind made up its mind and came steady from the west with a simple, raspy honesty. The whisper in my good ear quieted into a small, sulky breath. Without the pack, the extra plume at my cheek felt closer, less amused. I walked and the ridge permitted it. Where the sugar slope reached timber, the world changed category. Trees take your sound and count it. They divide wind into small columns and assign them errands. They block sky with their elbows. I ducked under a blown fir. Its root played a wall of wet red ropes. Flagging ribbon, pink. The old kind the sun has almost bleached to salmon. Braided a branch at knee height. I don't trust ribbon. It's honest on work days, a liar the rest. This one had been tied into a square knot backwards with the tails, cut the way a left-handed intern does on day one. I had tied those knots for pay in a life that feels like a different man's. I went the opposite way of its arrow. The prince didn't like trees. They got sloppy, their lure diminished on needle duff. When I crossed a patch of bare dirt, they regained spine, slotting ahead to the smoothest lowline, asking me to trust what was easy. I followed the hard dirt high. A small animal clucked in the dark. Grouse offended by my existence. My headlamp caught the brass eye of an elk skull nailed to a trunk. Sun-bleached charity for some trail crew prankster's sense of humor. The eye winked in the beam. I moved on. The whisper in my ear tried a new trick and used my father's voice like a borrowed suit. Save batteries, kiddo. Spend them, I said, and heard how the word kiddo fell flat in a mouth that didn't own it. The trees approved. Needles sighed. A snag swayed and made the old ship noises. Wood makes when it remembers wind as ocean. The trail here, game made. Human, corrected. Led into a hallway of tight fur, and then into a pocket where old blowdown had been cut and rolled aside so a single person could pass with knees banged and dignity spared. Inside that pocket, my lamp found something amid my jaw, set a ring of boot prints, stamped in needle carpet around an old, half-rotten stump. My boot, my missing lug. New, they were mine because I had not stood there. The ring was tight, a classroom desk circle. The center was a black hole, where the stump's heartwood had given up, a neat mouth at knee height. I didn't have to press a toe there to know the mouth would exhale, and the exhale would arrive at my cheek account after mine, smiling. I didn't step into the circle. I didn't step over it. I stepped wrong heel, toe across the outer ring, like a dancer mocking a ritual. The whisper came for that, old play anger. Turn around. I faced southeast and put my shoulder into tight fur that hadn't built for me. 3 branches grabbed my jacket and said politely, "Pay." I paid with a sleeve and some skin. The tiny zipper rattle started up again and was joined by a second in a harmony that had gotten too proud of itself. I pressed the noisy tab flat. The second kept rattling 3 notes longer and then quit. It had not figured out how to stop when I stopped. That comfort kept my legs from going clever. Somewhere below, a hard clatter rang off rock. My stove, my pot, my mouse, hold pride. And then the sound turned liquid as if carried into a streambit. The ridge took my offering and translated it into its grammar: "You left, I keep." I didn't ask for anything back. I asked for the next 10 yards and earned them with ugly steps. The trees thickened. The slope eased. I came to a place that in daytime would be ordinary. The seam where young fir gives way to lodgepole of a certain age, and the ground flattens to something that would take a tent if a tent existed. Without the pack, the idea of cutting boss to make a bed felt like asking a bank for a loan you don't deserve. I crouched instead under a fir with branches like bad hair and kneeled on a mat of needles that had the kindness of a cheap mattress. I sorted the headlamp with fingers that had crossed the line between useful and wooden. The battery indicator light its little lie. 2 bars that mean maybe an hour if I was gentle, less if I asked for horizon. I popped the back open to swap cells from the reserve I kept in the pack. No reserve. The kind of laugh that hurts came out of my nose. Then the wind, very close, put a syllable into my ear so softly. It would have been a kindness if language hadn't made it a theft. Save. I clicked the lamp off while the battery door was open so I could feel the world darken by my own hand for once. The dark filled in one breath. In that breath, the whisper in my right ear finished its noun, because it didn't need light to read me. Batteries. Something set its palm, gloved, sensible. My glove. On the back of my head with an almost affectionate weight, and tried to bend it forward to show me something I had no interest in. I set my own hand on my nape and matched it, pressure to pressure, not fighting, just refusing. The 2 forces canceled in a way that made both of us look silly. I closed the battery door blind and thumbed the switch with the last bit of confidence I owned. The lamp came back on high, because if there was a way to die here, it wasn't by dimness. The cone snapped the fur world into focus needles, bark, the damp sheen of resin where someone sharper than me had cut a lower boff long ago. On the needle mat a yard in front of my knees, a perfect set of my boot prints appeared with the freshness of a dropped coin. They did not sink in from above. They rose, crisp, edged, impressed from beneath, as if a foot that wasn't allowed surface had insisted. A second pair puffed into being beside them, then a third, then another, making a tight crescent that would reach the place under my elbows in 2 or 3 patient moments. The breath at my ear timed itself to the rises. In 2, 3 out, 2, 3, 4. The 4th plume was right on time now. It spoke quietly as the needle tips nodded with it. "You're fine." I kept my hand at the back of my neck. I kept the light rude. I counted wrong. I lifted one knee and set it down to crush the next rising print before it could be finished. The crushed needle mat hissed, like something tasting disappointment and learning from it. Somewhere behind and below, where quartz sugar runs out of patience and becomes soil, My pack's zipper rattled once more, then stopped as if a helpful friend had finally finished opening it and found nothing but a note. The wind pressed my jacket to my ribs. The watch on my wrist ticked a second loud, enough to be a statement. The lamp warmed my forehead with the domestic heat of cheap plastic doing its job. I did not look at the hole still somewhere behind me, up slope, because it was finished with me or I was finished with it. Either way, we were done. The prints kept rising through the needles like bread, 1 inch closer to my knees. The prints kept rising through the needles like bread, puffing into my boot tread, with the tidy confidence of a thing that had practiced me. They made a crescent toward my elbows. I lifted my left knee before the next one finished itself and pressed down, flattening rubber into the ribs of duff. The mat hissed, quiet, disappointed, like a teacher whose favorite student has stopped showing off. Spend them. I told no one, and pushed the headlamp all the way to high. Warm plastic heat kissed my forehead. The little battery icon that had lied to me all night glowed a smug 2 bars. I would wring those bars dry and obscene. Daylight brightness, if that's what it took. The zipper tab at my sternum tried to start its tiny rattle song, eager for rhythm. I pinched it flat against my breastbone with 2 fingers. The second rattle, the echoes, kept time alone for 3 ticks, then quit, as if embarrassed to be caught. I pulled my knife, cut the tail clean where it frayed, and stuffed the bit of webbing into my pocket so the wind couldn't find it later and give it back to me with a smirk. The echo waited for the cue and didn't get it. Silence edged closer like an animal ashamed to be seen. I put a hand on my own nape again and matched the polite weight that had tried to bend my head. It gave. Not like a contest won, but like a hand that has suddenly remembered it would rather be a pocket. The next print rose under my right knee. I shifted a palm, ruined it, breathed on a prime count 2, 3, 5, 7. Ugly math that kept my lungs from making music the ridge could use. Southeast, said the cheap compass when I set it in the cone of light. The needle flirted, then pointed as if surprised at its own seriousness. Beyond the little fir I was crouched under, the slope darkened into the suggestion of bench, and then into the promise of timber shadow. I slid my weight backward, and the crescent of prints stalled, as if I'd stepped outside the geometry that made them inevitable. Good, I said to the fir. Be petty with me. It accepted the compliment with a resin breath that smelled like school glue and the inside of old violin cases. I crabbed out from under the branches and stood into a crouch that wasn't bravery and wasn't surrender. The needle swung, flirted again, then held. I gave the whole up, sloped the dignity of my back. The breath at my ear timed itself to me again, as if eager to forgive. You're fine, it said, copied perfectly from my own earlier lie, and laid the 4th plume on my cheek like a warm coin. Temporary, I answered, out loud, because my voice is one of the few things I own. The reply came temporary, but it stumbled on the second syllable, made the porridge vowel too long, as if it loved the sound more than the meaning. That was enough to sour any comfort it meant to make. The crumhulls accepted me with pinprick insistence. Every twig seemed to have taken a small course in law enforcement. I gave them skin and thread and didn't negotiate. On open dust patches, the prints appeared ahead, clean, persuasive, drawn toward ramp and ribbon. I stepped into needle dim instead, grinding my soles into 1,000 tiny spines that had no interest in memorizing me. The night tested new angles. The whisper softened to my father again, kiddo and all, but he never dragged S. He chewed them like cigarettes. The wind, maybe grateful to be allowed its job, blew west to east steady across my jaw, simple and unmusical. It made a small harmonica of my nose when I turned, and I used that squeak as a metronome instead of the zipper or my breath. A darker seam opened ahead and downhill. A game trail widened by men who had admitted the deer were better at this than they were. The ribbon of pink flagging I'd distrusted earlier reappeared, tied too low, sloppy square knot reversed by a lefty with cold fingers. Without the pack, it brushed my thigh and read like permission. I went the other way by deliberate inches, across stuff that tried to learn my foot and failed because I kept moving before it finished spelling. Crows talk to themselves at night in their sleep, grumbling like retired detectives. One did from a black pillar of lodgepole above the slope. Its mutter reached me, landed on my shoulder, and slid off when it found no purchase in my nonsense counting. Somewhere lower down, quartz flakes hissed as gravity wrote its small, constant sentence. Between those two honest noises, the echo kept trying like a polite salesman with a script, turn around. It made a better Jonah of me, patient, tireless. It forgot to get bored. The slope offered me a choice, so good looking it should have come with a disclaimers. A pale drift lane of ankle, deep quartz sugar leading in a long, gentle arc toward the southeast. Exactly my bearing. The prince loved it. They braided in and out of each other with the showmanship of figure skaters. I let my lamp linger on it long enough to appreciate the craftsmanship, then shuffled past on a line of knee, biter rocks where no one with sense would put a heel at night. One stone rolled and tapped its neighbor in a little xylophone scale. I ignored the applause and took another step. Pain took its tithe. Shin on a hidden branch, knee on an audience, member stone. I heard my own small cuss before I felt it. The echo, delighted with a fresh toy, repeated it with my exact rhythm and then lengthened the S into a hiss that told on itself. Bless you, I said again, and ducked under a fallen fir that had chosen to lie down like a screen door. Below, somewhere near the seam where quartz became soil, something clattered. Metal, on, rock honest, a camp stove or pot hitting a boulder, just once to announce it had value, then hurrying on into brush. My pack had chosen the easy line and found a creek. The part of me that counts tools like friends throbbed. Take it, I told the slope, because you don't adopt what the place is committed to keeping. Without that weight on my hips, my steps had a weird buoyancy that felt like stealing. I used it like a thief, quick, not clever. When I tripped forward and put palms where bark had been polished by others who had eaten this same small lesson. The pulse in my ears eased from statement to punctuation. The lamp warmed my forehead more, the way cheap headlamps do when they start to spin down into honesty. 2 bars blinked back to 1. I applauded that truth with a stupid grin. Trees stacked tighter. The last of the crump halls gave up altitude and agreed to be forest. The echo thinned, as if speech needs sky the way a kite does. When it came now, it came from behind me at a distance that would have made a person shift their weight to be heard. It said my name, first and last, once in a tone so casually exact I felt my mouth begin to answer just to be polite. I closed my lips over my teeth, like I was keeping a coin under my tongue, and stepped into a little drainage where rocks talked louder than voices could. Water appears at night, with the smugness of who magician knows you aren't watching the right hand. It stitched down the drainage in Runnell's shoulder. Wide and knee deep, clean enough to drink, if you forgot what rain does to soil upstream. I crouched and put my palm in it. It went around my hand without interest. That was the first mercy I believed. The second was the small, friendly stink of a silt bar the color of coffee grounds. Dirt, not quartz, not whole, breath. I followed the stitch downhill until the stitch wrote a sentence into a creek proper. Not big. Enough to make its own weather. The joke about rivers is that the ones worth hearing in the daytime shut you up at night. This one did. The echo in my good ear became just wind. It tried one last time with turn, and the creek covered the rest like a mother's hand. I said, spend them. To the water anyway. So the night had to listen to a foolish man congratulate a stream. The creek sharpened at a bend where ice lived late into springs. A rounded boulder sat in the bend like a knee. I palmed the carpenter's pencil and drew a fat X on it. Dumb, private ritual, and waited. No second X arrived 5 paces ahead, nothing slanted, nothing superior in drier graphite. The ridge doesn't write well in wet. I loved it for that pettiness. The timber opened into a pocket where old blowdown had been cut by saws, with the kind of teeth you can count. A stump wore a flat top like a table. Around it no ring of my improved boots, no summoning circle of tread. Needles lay undisturbed, and this absence made a heat rise behind my eyes I called relief. So I didn't have to call it something else. I turned the lamp to medium on purpose, not thwift, my choice, my dim. The little road the map had folded into the bottom of this basin appeared when I'd almost given up asking. 2 ruts, too narrow for anything modern, grass stiff with frost between. I stepped into the left rut because the right had puddles and my ankles had opinions. In the film of water in one of those puddles, the headlamp made a coin of moon where there wasn't one. Steam made ghosts of nothing. Breath read itself and folded away. By the time the road met the real trail, brown sign, bullet holes turned rust. Air had a grain of morning in it. Owls had turned their night into postscript. And far off, a grouse beat its wings on a log to tell everyone with ears that he had a chest. The extra plume at my mouth got lazy, fell behind, forgot the count. When I stopped to drink and hear if anything cared, only my own lungs answered. The watch on my wrist ticked in its stubborn second language. I kept the lamp on not because I needed it now, but because I had dared the night with arrogance, and the fee was to behave like a man with sense for a while. At the junction where the trail shouldered past a culvert, a small, stupid miracle waited my pack. It had snagged on a root flare, half submerged in mud, splayed like a bear had looked at it and sighed, and decided I wasn't worth the paperwork. One strap was gone. The other had a new, ugly scar. The zipper mouths were open. The stove was missing. The pot had a dent. The spare batteries had ridden out in the top, pocket and wedged in a pocket of debris, like silver fish that had decided to evolve into something useful. I picked one battery out and rolled it in my palm. The temptation to call it luck disguised itself as gratitude. I let both sit in the same chair. Thanks. I told the route, the creek, the principle of friction. I slotted the cell into a pouch on my belt, where I could feel its weight knocking my hip. I left the pack itself. The forest had written on it. It belonged to the page now. The last mile to the trailhead was honest tread, and the smell of creosote from posts that would never be called beautiful. The sky above the last dark pines graded into a color you don't get a name for in normal conversation. A truck door slammed somewhere, far off. The kind of human punctuation you can mistake for a gunshot if you've decided the world means you specifically harm. It didn't. It was just morning doing its chores. At the parking pullout, frost had made every windshield into privacy glass. My car squatted under a brush of needles like an old dog who had slept outside and holds no grudge. I touched the hood. Cold, of course. I put the knife back where it belonged and fished a roll of fresh cells from the glove box, because the man I had been had left them there for the man who had needed them and had pretended not to. I loaded 3 into the lamp in the full light of a gentle dumb dawn and left the burned ones on my dashboard like teeth. On the trailhead kiosk, the laminated map showed the long S ridge in innocent contour lines, and the prospect hole was an absence, as holes often are on paper. I took the carpenter's pencil out, wrote in the white border in block letters a school kid could read Neno AGHT Spien BTREs. Then I put the pencil back because it's a tool, not a souvenir. When I opened my door, gravel popped under my boot and made a little run of clicks that would have read like counting a few hours ago. Now it was just geology clearing its throat. I sat. My shirt had a stripe of resin across the chest where the fur had autographed me. It smelled like a childhood summer I have no right to claim anymore. The knot of cut webbing in my pocket pressed my thigh. I kept it. Not as a trophy, as a piece of a conversation I had refused to have on someone else's terms. On the drive out, the knife edge flashed between trunks once like a grin you don't trust. It was just rock. Far along it, in that same blink, something stepped onto the crown in the way that my prince had implied. I felt, rather than saw, the small conviction of rubber on quartz, and the quick decision to go light where I had stayed heavy. Then the trees closed ranks and the road curved, and morning had the decency to put me in a different sentence. Days later, I still hear my old superstition's voice, now and then cocky in the glove box of my brain's save batteries. I answer it out loud in the kitchen, or the garage, or on a dirt switchback before dusk with a word that has acquired edges spend. I cut straps that want to sing. I tie off tail ends that like to chatter. I count wrong when the trail starts to make music for me. I don't walk ridges at night anymore, unless I have the kind of reason you can speak into a ranger's face without blushing. When I do, I hike with my lamp immodestly on, and when the world offers the easier line, polished, persuasive, practiced by men who wear my boots in their sleep, I step into duff instead and make a new clumsy way that belongs to ankles, lungs, and names kept in mouths. Once since, in early snow on a different day, I found my tread ahead of me in a sun patch, edges crisp as an invitation. I stepped around it, off into sage that slumped under my weight, and heard the faintest imitation of a zipper from a direction with no chest. I smiled because I had paid for that music. It ran 3 notes, then stopped. It will try again. I let it. Trying is its job. Mine is to remember the lesson the ridge taught, like it wanted to keep me right your own beat, and spend what lights you have while you have them. Don't save batteries anymore. I arrive. My name is Rowan Cates, and I brought a flask to a mountain that had already said, in 10 different dialects, not tonight. People talk about a whiskey blanket like it's kindness. It's not. It's a filter you hold over weather, until the weather is interesting instead of a rule. I packed mine anyway. 4 fingers of rye and brushed steel, a gift from a friend who enjoys my stories more than my survival. At the trailhead, the avalanche bulletin stapled the kiosk had the color of cheap ketchup. Cedarab with arrows leaning toward HIGH for lee slopes and wind-loaded bowls. Somebody had circled, persistent weak layer, with a blunt pencil, and added a smiley face like a dare. Recent crowns chewed the distant gullies into poor dentistry. The creek hissed under snow bridges thin as patience. I read the sheet the way a person browses a fire alarm instruction card while ordering dessert. The ridge I wanted to sleep on was a long white shoulder shaped by a wind with grudges. Above treeline, in January, everything up there looks newly invented. Cornices grown like bad ideas, sastrugi hardened into ribs that hurt to name. I wasn't on skis. I don't earn that word. I was on snowshoes, the cheap hinge kind that make you arrogant for exactly 2 hours. In the parking lot, 2 backcountry skiers, with beacons on their chests and the quiet, churchy demeanor of people who've corrected my mountains more than once clicked into bindings and gave me the sort of appraising look men in good marriages give strangers in bars, sympathy disguised as indifference. "You solo?" the older one asked. "Only 1 flask," I said, showing the steel like a child shows homework. He didn't laugh. He gestured with his pole toward the lee. "Wind's been loading from the west all day. Heard a whoomph on the last approach. Shooting cracks like film scratches. You know." I nodded as if my knowledge extended beyond a pair of YouTube videos and the memory of a safety seminar where I'd had a hangover. I said the phrase people say when they want to keep their plan. "I'll stay on the ridgeline." "That's where the cornices are," he said, and his partner added, "And the wind slab." "We're going to tree line laps," the younger one said, which is skiers for "would rather be bored than dead." They shuffled off, skins hissing like polite snakes. I should have turned and followed the green. I put the flask where I could reach it instead. The first hour was honest. Old snow, sun, crusted. Still oxygen in it. My breath went in white stitches and came out ragged, and the rhythm of the shoes. Lift, plant, squeak made a companion of me. The trees thinned to bristle. The wind climbed into my clothes and made its case. Along the ridge, where the west side was scarred to blue, Icebone, the lee to the east, had grown soft pillows that looked like comfort. And you know exactly what comfort does to people who show up bragging about efficiency. I stayed high. Sharp ridgeline. The bulletin had said, "Avoid cornice edges." The cornice edges avoided me the way a dog avoids a collapsible fence. Politely, until it doesn't. A slow in the far bowl let go. A white sigh, small, unambitious. Sloughs are like toddlers. The first is cute. The 6th knows your schedule. I planted my poles and listened. The wind carried a low note in it, almost subsonic. The kind of hum associate with a semi-yelling 3 blocks away or your own jaw. When you press your molars together hard enough to make your skull a tuning fork. Whoomph is the sound everyone quotes. This note felt older than onomatopoeia. At the last stand of trees, someone had nailed a strip of webbing around a battered fir, chest height. A little laminated card hung from it by a zip tie, the sort you'd expect to see on a gear rental. It read Ian Mamawa of Kel Parais, Pate Ralar, 302. A doodled mountain and a heart someone had tried to scratch off with a thumbnail. The bark under the webbing bulged as the tree swallowed the strap like advice. I put 2 fingers on it, because that's a thing you do when you don't know a person but want to know if their death is the kind you can learn from. The bark felt warm, the way living wood does when cold air has been beating storage into it all day. My gloves smelled like pine, and a hint of gasoline from the parking lot snowblower. Not tonight, I said aloud to Sweetness, just to prove I could still hear myself over the part of me that narrates everything as a manageable anecdote. The ridge got sharp. The west side fell away to glass. The east banked like a skateboard park built by a king. Spindrift ghosted across the crest in prairie, fire sheets. The snow on the lee side showed the Tellenway's call, rippled. Pretending I don't know the word. Sastrugi, because if I used it I'd have to add it to the list of things I should respect. I punched the shaft of a pole down and felt it stop abruptly at a layer as rude as plywood. Wind slab over sugar hard on top, trash underneath. I told myself I would travel on top of the ridge, like a careful drunk walks curbs in summer. Add a little wind scoop out of the main blast. I kicked out a platform for a bevy. Chest deep on the windward side, soft on the lee. The kind of soft that makes a man tell himself, I'll just step there this once. I built a low wall because walls are charming. Melted snow because water is a good job for hands. And slept the stove into life to pretend I am my own evangelist of competence. Down the ridge, a cornice hung its white lip into the gulch like a man leaning too far from a balcony for a photo. Even the wind shrugged at it like, go on then. The flask lived in the kangaroo pocket of my parka, an animal I was not brave enough to name. I unscrewed it and poured a finger into the snow, as an offering to whatever drinks offerings. The white ate it and flashed a color like old urine for a second, then closed its mouth. I took a swallow the way you sip medicine you won't admit you need. Rye's little scratch ran its fingernail down my throat and turned the cold into a story about resilience. That's the trick. Whiskey puts quotation marks around weather. You forget to read the sentence. By sunset, the sky had filed itself to a blade. The mountains across the bowl sat brick dark. Spindrift wrote cursive above the ridge and erased it, and wrote it again. Somewhere far off. A cornice gave a polite shrug and slid, and the sound arrived low in my ribs. A cough, a correction, like the mountain gently clearing its throat before it says the hard thing. The hard thing arrived after full dark. Stars came down close enough to sponsor you. The wind quit for the length of a polite breath, and in that breath the snowpack sang. Not a woomph. Not a crack. A sustained sub-bass vowel you felt in your ankles and teeth, like a cello note trying to be a sermon. Somewhere, under me a weak layer remembered that it was 1,000 little beads pretending to be community, and decided to be beads again. I set the stove windscreen with shaking gloves. I set the flask down on the closed cell pad next to my hip like a small saint. The flame made a low blue coin in the dark. I heard it before I saw it, a fracture line, zipping out along the bowl to my right with the delicate, elastic sound of glass break slowed way down. A web of white lines shot across the slab surface, 40 feet, 80, 120. Like someone drew fast with a chalk you couldn't see. The cornice downridge slumped. The slab I had trusted as a floor relaxed like a person finally admitting they can't keep standing at a wake. Everything under my platform exhaled. The world moved. Not far at first. A subtle slide like a drawer closing. Then the drawer remembered it was on greased rails. The slab detached along a line I could have traced with a finger and started to go. You don't run from avalanches because you are not faster than a floor deciding to be a river. You do 3 cartoon things. While your mind catches up, you stand. You think swim. You put your hands in front of your face, because you've been told that makes a pocket. I stood. I thought. I put my hands up. The wall I'd built for weather scissored past me, like a low parade float. The stove cartwheeled once, and the flame went out with a sigh. My bevy pad bumped the back of my knees, and then became a surfboard, and then ceased to exist like a good idea you never wrote down. Snow filled my mouth and insisted on grammar. The slab broke under my right foot, and the second piece, superior and smug, slid over my boot like a sober friend taking my keys. My knee smacked something hard, and then my hip found another something just as eager. In the middle of all that unhelpful physics, the strangest thing was order. The pieces of the slab weren't chaos. They queued, polite, taking numbers. You're supposed to fight to stay on top, to swim, to roll to your back, so your mouth stays where air might be. I did what panic will always make a liar out of. I flailed, and the slab pressed my flail into a shape it preferred. I tried to lift my head, the moving white, weightless until it decides it isn't, placed a palm at the back of my skull, and tucked my chin, not hard, not cruel. Just as if a parent were saying, "Hush, hush, we look uphill now." Hands. More than one. I've known rescue, and this wasn't it. Rescuers handle you like a nest of knives. Whatever had me was careful in a way carefulness doesn't offer strangers. I slid with my head cradled in a softness that wanted to be authority. We skimmed over a buried boulder. The slab bumped and chittered like teeth. The world narrowed to white in the black air in my hood. I kicked, and the snow took my ankle between 2 firm palms and put it back where it wanted it. Calm. That's what the hands were. Too calm, too many. The wind came back in small gossiping gusts, and in each gust was a voice that had forgotten words. I've heard people scream in storms, and that has emergency. This had tone without language, like radio under static. No. I said to the part of me that thinks naming helps. Snow reached around my jaw and pressed in. I pressed my tongue to the roof of my mouth to keep it from finding its way into me. We moved. Gravity is not negotiable, but it can be charming while it wins. I had a moment. The thing avalanche victims talk about when there is a porch later. Of exquisite clarity. I saw my snowshoe, the left, flip once ahead of me and vanish like a tossed fish. I saw the survey strap on the fur in my mind's right corner. I smelled a thin chemical thread. My spilled whiskey ghosting through disturbed cold. I thought of Calci Paris, and the month, and the dumb heart drawn on the card, and I understood the hands, not rescue. Introduction. They were turning my head uphill, insistently, toward the crown line and beyond it, toward the ridge and the scrub silhouettes and the stand of trees where the memorial strap had lived for 21 seasons. The slab slid. Slower now, as the bed's surface changed character under us, from sugar to something that had the decency to be solid. I tried to push my chin down to the safer tilt to face downslope, and the hands corrected me with the patience of nurses. Look. Look. The message rode in my neck bones, not my ears. The river of snow hissed to a stop against a pile of timber and old avalanche debris down in the runout. The top layer settled on me, then another, a baker smoothing cake. Cold came in slow, proprietary. The pocket in front of my mouth shrank to a geometry problem. My lungs could solve if I didn't panic. I kept my hands where I'd put them, and found they were not where I'd put them. They were out and up, palms open, as if I were offering. A thumb I couldn't see pressed my glove back and stroked the line where wrist becomes hand, like a person reassuring a skittish horse. "Stop," I said, and the word arrived back in my throat from my own breath more than the world. The snow tamped itself again with a firm, soothing motion, as if tucking me in. Then all pressure paused, the way a crowd hushes when the guest of honor stands to speak. Something close to my right ear beeped. A single sharp, synthetic chirp, then another farther, then a third. Rescue beacons talk like that. Human voices for a very narrow purpose. I don't wear one on solo walks, because a man who brings whiskey, instead of process, also leaves radio at home. The chirp came again, and I knew it was not for me. It was the sound of practice left over in the snowpack, a training day trapped and repeating, or a toy someone had lost at the wrong moment that had learned to sing for a different audience. The hands at my skull tightened a fraction. They turned my head the last few degrees, until the small triangle of view my hood made lined up with a darker shape set in the layers 10 feet uphill. A flat plane of something not snow. A sleeve. Bright thread in it, sun-faded. A patch. The patch read Paris in block letters that no one had expected would outlast fabric. Frost had welded the sleeve to a slab. The slab had become wall. The wall had become room. The beep sounded again on my left where no living person could be, and a soft, patient pressure. Fingers, more of them than belonged to two hands, pressed my mouth closed as if worried about snow melting on my tongue. They weren't smothering. They were proctoring. If I breathed wrong, they'd correct. If I looked away, they would angle my face back to the teacher. Very careful. Too careful. The flask in my pocket tapped my ribs as the settling finished. A tiny, ridiculous comfort. A joke I had written and did not like. Above my face, the sky narrowed to a book torn down to a single sentence. The sentence read, "Watch." So I watched. The wall of snow just above me softened. A face lens looked back. Curved polycarbonate where a goggle had refused to let go. Webbed with fine cracks that made it look like old eye with cataract. Behind the lens, darkness. No face in the face. Only the absence where a face had been. The name patch seen through the ice. We've shivered with the kind of wind that never reaches people. The beeps, chirp, chirp. Time not to saving but to remembering. Okay, I said into the small air my mouth had been allocated. The hands eased a hair, not permission. Acknowledgement. The mountain had finally gotten me oriented. My chin stayed up. My teeth clicked together like tiny cups. In the cold silence between beeps, something brushed the bare bit of skin where my balaclava had ridden up. And in that brush was the feeling you get when someone sees themselves in you and doesn't know whether to warn you or to welcome you. Snow finds your heat with or without whiskey. It does its slow thief work and takes the edges first. The flask weighted my ribs like a petty coin. The slope moaned once more far above, as if a door upstairs had closed in a big house. However, we soon discovered why, and the hands that had placed my head so carefully held still, waiting to see whether I had learned my lesson before class ended for good. The snow didn't crush, it curated. It arranged me the way a museum arranges a chair. You're not allowed to sit in. Right down to the note card. Perish. Tilted where my eyes had been pointed on purpose. The careful hands that had tucked my chin now set their weight along my ribs. Not hard. Just enough to make my lungs think twice about theater. Breathe the small way, the hands said. Save your weather. The beeps kept time with nothing helpful. One close, one farther. A third tucked in the kind of distance that makes radio sly. Not for me. Practice haunt, leftover. A patroller cache maybe. Training targets buried and forgotten. Or the mountain's metronome for any fool who ends up in this slot. Chirp, chirp. Remember. I tried to swallow and snow feathered my lip, tender as an animal testing. I moved my tongue to the roof of my mouth to keep air from being a place the snow could choose to live. The hands approved by doing nothing. That's the flavor of help you don't learn to love until you need it. The flask nudged my ribs, dumb and bright. I didn't drink. Rye turns blood into theater. A warm lie. I wanted a tool, not a lullaby. I fumbled it free with fingers that felt someone else's, and brought the steel to my cheek. I couldn't lift my arm much. Snow had set to the texture of old bread. But I could cant my wrist enough to use the flask's corner as a chisel. I dug a half-inch of white above my lip. The hands tightened a little, as if to say easy. I chipped again, tiny strokes, the metal ringing dully against layers that had opinions. Powder yielded. A thin crust above it hummed in the bones of the flask. Hollow, then not, like a wall with studs and then a window. I made a mouth-sized window. It fogged and cleared. It was nothing, it was everything. Okay. I whispered into it, and the word found a place to sit. The snow tried to sit there too, but my breath outweighed it. I would not win. My job was delay. A scritch traveled the slab above me, a sound like mittened fingers writing on styrofoam. The careful hands bent my head a quarter. Inch more toward the patch on the sleeve, like a parent insisting on one last, but a family photograph no one else in the room knows how to talk about. Kels Y. Plaris, black letters wavered through frostwork. The name had endured where flesh couldn't. I felt something complicated, shame that I could still feel complicated things. Cold is supposed to simplify. Hi, I said to the patch, because I am a man who says hi to headstones in small cemeteries. The hands lightened a fraction. Not approval, recognition. The beeps paused as if the mountain let the room have quiet. Above the hush, wind stitched 3 syllables into the slab. Too elemental to be words, close enough to sound like instruction. I caught the shape of them the way you catch sign language in your periphery. Not here. Not yet. Look longer. Memory tried to save me with old trivia. Avalanche class, the one I'd barely earned my certificate from Conserve Air. Create space. Don't fight snow, it learns you. Knock if you can. Listen. Nobody in that class had mentioned hands that feel like they're grading on a curve. The steel neck of the flask made a new idea. I turned it and tapped the corner into my little air window. Sound carries stupidly well in snow. That's why beacons use it. I tapped a rhythm I didn't trust Hollywood with. Not SOS, everybody's idea. Not even threes. I tapped a human mistake. A short, a long, another long when I meant a short. Because only a person flubs. The sound went out of me into the white with a bright tick-tick. Talk, and came back fat and delayed, as if the hill had decided to speak flask as a second language. The careful hands slid from ribs to forearm, guided my wrist 2 inches up and right, and held me there. I tapped again. The layer in that new angle answered higher. Closer. A sound walls make when studs are exactly where you want them. The hands parked my arm there, and resumed their kindly preventing. Proctoring. They would allow the test if I took it clean. They would take the pencil if I cheated. Far uphill. Real wind made a patroller's voice out of itself for a second. Radio noise stuffed into a throat. It came thin and wrong. copy crown, hang fire, tree line. Then just wind again. The beeps restarted nearer. One of the beeps slid on its own pitch, the way beacons do when you go from search to send and back in panic. My chest stung with hope so stupid I wanted to apologize for it. "Hey!" I called through 2 inches of air and 5 feet of rules. The snow took the word and kneaded it into nothing. I tapped the flask again. Tick tick, tock. A new sound answered from above that wasn't echo, a hollow thunk that traveled down my bones wrong. A probe, not wood, aluminum. It slid through the slab layers with the weightless authority of a decision and stopped 2 palms to my left. The hands held my head steady as if to say, there. Don't lunge. Lunge is how you lose the air you have. The probe withdrew, hissed, returned 3 inches off, missed again, came down farther, touched my sleeve, just a graze, a cold announcement, and lifted. Strike! A voice shouted, too far the wrong direction, then closer, false. The word landed in my throat like a pit. I tapped. Patient, my idiot rhythm again, daring someone above to be a person, not procedure. The probe answered the tap, aimed, slid in until its blunt end bruised my glove, and kept coming with the blind confidence of sticks. Hair! I tried, which is not a coordinate, and the hands on my wrist eased just enough that I could clip the flask against the probe and ring it. Metal on metal. Real. Strike! The voice came, nearer now, and not radio. Beneath, deeper. It went away like a step, then 2, then a slide. The probe left. The world pressed its mouth to my window and waited, the way a cat does at a mouse hole. The hands resumed their weight on my ribs. Not angry, insistent that oxygen has math. Time is a petty mathematician in snow. I counted breaths until a line of heat crept across my cheeks. Not warmth. Acid, the kind of burn cold makes when it wants you tired. The flask trembled a little in my grip with a frequency my muscles couldn't own. Panic is a tuning fork for cowards and geniuses. I set it down on my sternum. Like a saint, again, not because I believed, but because it gave the hands something to share the job with. Noise came different after a while. Not prods, shovels. Shoveling in good snow is a sweet, efficient sound. In set avalanche debris its dentistry. Scrape, bite, clunk, scrape, bite, cuss. More than one shovel, 2, maybe 3. Voices collapsed into the hill and broke up until all I could hear were vowels. One of the vowels belonged to the older skier from the lot. I recognized the way he said, "Goddamn," as a single, affectionate syllable. The other voice tried to be calmer. They argued like men who have practiced liking each other under stress, which is the only way it becomes a skill. Kelsey Line, the older voice said, unmistakable through snow now. Don't like being here. It was both apology and superstition. The careful hands did something new then. They lifted, not away, up. They pressed the back of my skull and angled my chin a sliver until the goggle lens and name patch filled my slit of view again. The beeps timed with it. Chirp, chirp, watch. The slope above us made a settling sigh. Tiny local, like an old man in his chair letting his shoulder blades find home. The hands held me steady through it. Class isn't dismissed, said their touch. Class is passing around a photograph. All right, I said to the patch in the dry old voice I reserve for picture frames. I see you. The hands eased. For 2 breaths, 3, they were not hands, they were afterimage. Like sunlight off glass you still see with your eyes closed. The shovel noise got louder, then farther, then, suddenly, on me. A blunt blade kissed my shoulder and skittered. Got him, a young voice yelped, then corrected himself into procedure. Subject. Here. The point bit in, dragged, then stopped on the same layer that had rung for my flask. Hard pan, the older voice said. Layer like plywood. Cut around. Don't pry his ribs into jelly. Snow moves the way people need it to, if people are smarter than ego. A trench opened where my legs should be. Air came ragged and rude, smelling like men and nylon and the particular quiet of headlamps. Something grabbed my glove and squeezed it as if handshakes applied at depth. The thumb landed exactly on the tendon that announces you're human. A person, not the snow. The careful hands did not object. They were there and not there, attending, allowing. Talk to me, the young one said into my hole, voice pitched to reassure dogs and children. Name? Rowan, I said, and it sounded like an alias. My first name only. The ridge had already been offered my last in another vocabulary. Rowan, you're under a foot, too. Of set slab. He made the number be small with his tone, like a man who has coached bad news into a lie. We're going to peel it, not yank. You good on air? Small, I said, because I wanted him to know I'd learned something tonight. He laughed in the way you do when grief ducks under a table for a second to let humor pass. All right, he said. Small it is. The first slab slice came with a sound like duct tape leaving a wall. Snow above my cheeks folded a little and didn't crush. The hands at the back of my head, those teacher hands, went with it, patient, never quite letting go. A shovel face slid past my shoulder. A gloved knuckle thumped my jaw with the accidental. Intimacy rescue strategies create. I wanted to argue with every finger and let them all in anyway. Watch the face, the older voice said. Give him a pocket, not a lecture. He worked the blade with a kind of tenderness that belongs to carpenter men who have lost friends to large, white, simple machines. You're in the Kelsey channel, he added to me, not cruel. She teaches this one. You listening to her? Yes, I said, because I was. Something like gratitude moved the hands once. The way a bird in a story will tilt its head when you finally answer its riddle. It would be a mistake to say the pressure on my skull felt like approval. It felt like a hand leaving your shoulder when it knows you've learned how to use your own legs. The young one's shovel got overexcited and popped a chunk too fast. Air rushed cooler and clearer into my mouth. I coughed, which is a way of begging. He froze. Sorry, he said to the air, because apologies count as math in avalanche debris. Sorry. Sorry. The older man cut a clean curve where the chunk had left a stress line, like a barber fixing a bad buzz cut. They kept my window intact and carved around it. Engineers protecting a load-bearing column. Even my panic knew the engineering was good. I did the only useful job I had. I breathed boring. On 3, said the older voice after a century and 90 seconds. Chest. Hips. Don't pop him like a champagne cork. They counted like grown men do. Fast. But I felt the gentleness in their grip. Snow parted at my shoulder with the fricative of scraped carpet. A hand slid under my armpit and found my lat with the competence of someone who has touched enough cold strangers to own the etiquette. The careful hands behind my skull sprang one last small insistence. The chin angle up and eased away as the human hands took weight. Face, said the old one sharply when the young one tugged at my parka in a way that would have scarred snow into my nostrils. The young one stopped, ashamed, and I loved him for the speed of it. A heater's scent hit the air, that little propane stink you can taste. Warmth rolled in a wave across my cheeks. That wasn't heat at all, just less cold being that proud. Then the mountain cleared its throat. It wasn't big, not compared to the thing that had put me here. A small hangfire slab above, somewhere let go with a sugary sigh, and the whole runout settled a finger breath, as if a giant had shifted weight in bed. The shovels froze. The hands on me became sculpture. The ghost beeps faltered, then found their little pitches again. Something in my neck that had been someone's responsibility 10 seconds ago went back to being mine. The careful hands behind my skull pressed, one more fraction on the good angle, and then left me the way people leave a room. A weight that has stood up and walked away without making a show. Easy, the older one breathed. Easy. Rowan, the young one said, voice pitched lower now, as if talking to a skittish horse. I need 10 more good seconds from you. Not hero seconds. 10 boring seconds. Okay? Okay, I said, because I understood boring now. The shovel carved under my hip. The young one's hand did the human thing. Muscle on the inside of my elbow. The squeeze that says I see you. And it's not faith. It's physics. The slab above my cheek gave with a sound exactly like a bookshelf, sliding an inch to the left on a wood floor. They lifted me in a plane, not a yank. Air hit my neck first, then the crown of my head, then the side of my face. The world did not explode into light. It peeled into it. I saw stars far away doing their patient, unconcerned math. I saw headlamps close, white coins with bugs inside. I saw the hill, where the crown had healed over into a line that would make morning skiers argue in the lot about whether it had been bigger. The young one said something sincerely relieved and embarrassingly reverent. The older one said, "Don't look back." So, of course, I looked. The trench they'd cut had a wall. In that wall, set like museum glass, the goggle lens and the patch and a sleeve that had outlived the arm it loved. Kelsey Parrish. The face in the lens was not a face. It was a deep dark that took my head's turned angle and mirrored it back at me until I recognized the posture of myself on wakes and memorial trail sides and ranger office cork boards. The beeps did their patient job. The wind braided a word that could have been lesson or listen, and I decided it was both. Okay. I told the wall, because my mouth insists on speaking to authority, even when it's buried. I see you. A pressure left my skull the way hat heat leaves when you step inside, and for the first time since my platform had gone river, I could not feel careful hands. All right then, said a voice that might have only been my blood rushing back to my ears. All right, now try to deserve it. Behind us, the runout settled another half-inch, polite as furniture. Above us, the ridge raised its shoulders against the stars. The young one blurted, "Can you stand?" In a tone that held so much hope it needed supervision, and the older one put a hand on him that said in 5 fingers, "One thing at a time." They maneuvered me onto a foam pad, like men moving a grand piano that belonged to a friend. The younger one tucked something under my head, a pack. Not mine, and the older one held a foot from my cheek, so heat could pretend to be a gift. I tasted pennies and resin, and the ghost of rye I hadn't drunk. I watched my own breath condense, and not be counted by anyone but me. "Don't look back," the older one said again, gentler, as if he knew I would once more in his job, was only to get the sentence out into the night in case I wanted a choice. I did look once more, quick, and the wall looked like snow again, because that is the mercy and impudence of weather. Then the young one laughed a tiny laugh that had paid for itself, and the older one swore with love, and far above some other slab, spoke in someone else's test, and the hill listened. 10 boring seconds. I said to myself, because I had not quite earned sleep, and counted them with the care of a man tying a small knot he is new to. When I reached 10, I did 10 more for Kelsey Parish, because someone had been very careful with my head, and class wasn't dismissed yet. They didn't hurry me. Hurrying is for downhill and stories. Extraction is carpentry. The older skier worked the shovel and squares, beveling edges around the window he'd kept for my mouth, turning a tomb into an alcove. The younger one slid his mitt under my armpit again and let me decide what up meant. When air hit the back of my neck, it felt like a lie that had decided to be useful. They rolled me onto a foam pad and arranged me the way you arrange something you don't own but want to return intact. Pain anywhere that changes our plan? The older one asked. Business in it, not tenderness. Right knee says it remembers a rock, I said. Everything else is trying to unionize. He snorted. Good language function. His lamp washed my face and then moved off like a lighthouse that had lost interest. We're not skiing you out. He told the night as much as me. Hang fire up top's still thinking about it. We cut low, keep you moving. Stay boring. Boring seconds, I said, and the young one laughed under his breath like a man who hasn't quite earned laughter yet. They wrapped my torso in a heat sheet that sounded like a bag of chips at a funeral. The older one stashed his extra jacket around my kidneys with the unceremonious care of someone saving the expensive part of you. The younger one found my hat, where the slab had spit it and tugged it down to my eyebrows with exaggerated deference, the way you would for a drunk friend who's trying to be dignified. When he cinched the strap under my chin, he caught a thread of the balaclava that had been crowding my mouth whole and freed it, and the small civil act made a heat rise. Behind my eyes I decided was gratitude, so I didn't have to call it anything messier. Move when you can, not when you think we want you to, the older one said. We'll take the side hill through that stand. I'd like you to avoid heroics. This is me avoiding heroics, I said, and tried to stand in the boring way. My hips surprised me with competence. My knee complained with the thin, sincere voice of cartilage. My head did a slow 6 swing and then decided to rejoin the meeting. The careful weight that had been at the back of my skull was gone. Not dramatically, just the way a hand leaves after pressing a wrinkle out of a shirt. The absence felt like trust. We cut left, skiers right, into the brushy margin where slide paths become tired forest. The slab debris underfoot had the set of poured concrete. The top inch broke, the rest bullied us. The older one stepped first, punching a rhythm into crust that my clumsy snowshoes could copy. The younger one floated a ski tip ahead and to the side, probing for the holes avalanche leftovers love to keep. He talked intermittently, not to fill the night, just to mark us on it. Pole plant, small step, rock. Here's a root drink when we hit those alders. I wanted the flask in a way that had nothing to do with taste. I could feel it at my ribs, my dumb Saint metal and steel. I put my palm on it, and the steel told my glove the truth about cold. I didn't drink. The hands, I still felt them in muscle memory. Hadn't been scolding. They'd been instructional. Whiskey turns weather into anecdote. Tonight didn't want a narrator. We crossed the runout where the avalanche had arranged its furniture. Snap trunks stuck out of the set like half. Forgotten arguments. Strands of frost feathered the upwind edges of everything. Bark ski edges. The zipper tooth I'd cut from my jacket earlier, but could still hear in my head. The young one knelt and brushed at a hump, with his mitt the way a dog noses a suspicious spot. It was just a boulder pretending it mattered. He patted it once anyway, apology for suspecting it of drama. The beeps faded as we climbed the low bank and entered the trees, but not all at once. Like a heart monitor in a TV show you've left playing in another room while you do dishes. One chirp, longer pause, maybe a second chirp, maybe memory. I looked back down slope because of course I did. The trench we'd cut had softened, at the edges like fresh bread left out. In the wall, the goggle lens still held a dark that wasn't night, and the patch's block letters had gone vague under a skin of hoarfrost, as if the name wanted to be rid only by people who had the right accent. The wind came clean over the crown and pressed my hat to my skull like a hand that had learned enough and was done. Don't look back, the older one said again. Not superstition this time. Just navigation, we side-hilled. It was work that communicated its expectations. Clearly knees on a bias, ankles learning obedience, poles making 4, legged things out of 3. The ridge above made a single quiet noise, like a book being slid back onto a shelf. I matched my breath to the boring numbers. 2 in, 3 out, and when the slope and I disagreed, I let the slope win without debate. The younger one handed me a collapsible pole from his pack when my left started to tell jokes. I took it without thanks because cold makes gratitude sound like debt. He didn't seem to need the words. At the old tree line the firs got humble, and the wind remembered it had other appointments. I recognized the memorial strap before the beam found it, by the way the bark bulged in the shape of time. A belt the tree had swallowed and was digesting slowly, making patience out of nylon. The older one's lamp slid over the little laminated card and flicked away, quick, as if keeping a promise he hadn't written down. He didn't touch it. He didn't have to. Men who work in places that take names don't pet the altars. They nod at them the way you nod at a coworker's closed office door. I stopped anyway. My glove found the webbing with 2 fingers. It was warm, not temperature, presence. The words on the card had faded like bad tattoos. The heart someone had tried to scratch off still showed under the scrape like a bruise. I tipped the flask and poured what was left into the snow at the trunk, not as theater, as disposal. Because keeping the contents for later felt like inviting a voice back into my mouth that the night had been clear about. The rye hit the white and went the color of old straw for a beat, then vanished. A breath of scent rose, grain, oak, a ghost, and then the wind moved it on like it had paperwork to file elsewhere. Persistent week layer, the young one said softly, as if he were reading a weather report to a distracted class. Years it's been like that in this zone. Never really heals, not all the way. You can ski on top of it for months, feel like a genius. Until you aren't, said the older one, aiming it at no one in particular. Until you aren't? I echoed, because I understood that now in 2 dialects. One that lives in snow, one that lives in bone. They called someone on a radio I could not see. Voices came back with the calm hurry of people who get paid to make problems. The older one kept it short. We've got one out, ambulatory, no airway issues, probable knee, mild hypothermia. No beacon on subject. He didn't bother to make his tone neutral when he said the last part. Judgment is how strangers stay alive sometimes. The response cracked and fizzed and delivered the only sentence that matters after a near copy. Keep boring. Meet you at lower gate. The lower gate was nothing? 2 posts black with creosote and a crossbar showy with rhyme. The kind of human geometry Snow loves to argue with. Beyond it, the road cut an obedient scar through timber, switchbacking to a lot where cold trucks wait for hot people. The young ones sped ahead on skins to kick steps in the corners. The older one stayed a half pace behind me, not as a guard, as ballast. When I stumbled, his pole appeared where my ankle needed proof something solid was still a concept. Once, when my head started to list again, his hand landed at the hood seam, not controlling, a reminder of where vertical lived. Name, he said after a while. Like we were far enough from the wall that words wouldn't give anything away. Raw one. I'm Tom, he said, and then, after a beat that had nothing in it but honesty, and this is Mark. The younger one. Mark raised a pole without turning. I raised mine back, the way men do when they accept a gift they didn't want and are smart enough to keep. At the road's first bend, a pickup flashed its brights in a code that said, "Found you." The tailgate wore a rescue sled, like a smile with bad teeth. A woman in a red coat, bulked with down, stepped from the shadow of the open canopy, headlamp low, hands full of purpose and hot drinks. She gave me the look medics have for people who insisted on a lesson when a story would have been cheaper. She didn't bother with the lecture I'd earned. Mind if I look at the knee you've been courting? She asked. I minded everything that wasn't getting me inside a truck, but I nodded. She palpated in quick, professional increments and asked the questions that live in checklists and good habits. Any head strike? Any blackout? Any snow in the airway? Any weird in your hands? All the weird is where it belongs, I said. Head got handled. Bye. I stopped because finishing the sentence hands made the night nod. And I didn't need that right now. But gravity and friends, she said, saving me from my own story. Good. Let's do the boring things. Sit. Drink something that isn't courage. She pressed a cup into my glove. Broth, not sweet, not salt, just hot in a way that made the edges of me negotiate. The first sip went down my throat, like a promise nobody wanted credit for. I decided to owe it. They could have strapped me to the sled and run me down in 10 minutes. They didn't. They walked me past the gate like a neighbor, walk someone who's just remembered their own house. The snow on the road squeaked. Real cold. The honest kind. And beneath it, the gravel made a sound, like knuckles cracking when the tires rolled. When the truck heater finally did its cheap miracle and blew air that smelled like hose and dust, I let my spine remember how to belong to a seat. Tom leaned his head back to look at the stars through the windshield, like a farmer checking his roofs. Mark stripped skins and coiled them into his pack with fussy precision. The sort of care you learn is prayer, when the prayer you need doesn't fit in a mouth. The medic, her badge said El Patel, wrote things on a clipboard with a pen that squeaked. You're not the first person that line has tried to collect, she said without looking up. You won't be the last. Kelsey's family asks us not to tell this story to news people anymore. If you want to thank someone, Bring a shovel to trail days, or don't make her do homework twice. Considerable today. Tom added, not to rub it in. Just weather. I read the sign, I said. You read it like a horoscope, he said. Try manuals. I nodded because I didn't have the energy for pride. I'm sorry, I offered, small. For all the people who have to carry strangers out of rooms they built themselves. Don't be sorry, Paytel said, tearing tape with her teeth to snug an ace wrap around my knee. Be boring. We like boring. Boring people tip with labor. They left me at the lot with the kind of goodbye you reserve for coworkers at the end of a shift you didn't enjoy but survived. Tom touched 2 fingers to the brim of a hat, so old it had learned his head. Mark bumped my shoulder with his mitt and missed on purpose so it wouldn't feel like a hug. Patel gave me a card with 3 numbers on it and a line beneath IFYOU go busike, tel somo and go ahas 20yory. I put it in the wallet slot where bad habits used to live. At my car. The dome light came on like a forgiving God and made everything look cheap and precious. My breath fogged the glass and wrote nothing. I sat with the door open, feet on the running board, and listened to the engine idle. Trucks nearby ticked as metal remembered small physics. The mountain behind the trees pretended to be geology again. If I closed my eyes, I could still feel a thumb on the line between glove and wrist, checking that my pulse was a membership worth renewing. I didn't drive right away. I took the flask out, unscrewed it, and held it under my nose the way you hold a letter you aren't going to read again. Then I turned it upside down and banged the last ghost onto the gravel. The smell went honest and was gone. I set the flask in the passenger seat like a guest who had been told politely that the night was over. In the morning I would wash it, put tea in it, and if that sounds like a man making a small religion out of a humiliation, it is. Persistent, weak layers don't heal because you decide they should. You bury them deep with good cold, and you stop loading them, and you admit they're still there when you plan. On the drive home, the ridge looked tame in the rear view, which is the meanest trick mountains do. At a stop sign, the truck's hazard clicker ticked a tempo that would have made beacons out of a gas station. I flinched and then laughed, which is how survival becomes embarrassing. Far above the tree line, a line I couldn't see anymore had mended itself, just enough to keep a shape for morning. The memorial strap would make its slow way into bark. Someone would bring a new one in spring and wrap it below the bulge with a knot they didn't have to Google. KLSCY would stay legible on bad days and faint on good. Beeps would come from nowhere, then not. I slept at home with the heat too high and woke at 2:03 a.m. because bodies set their own beacons. In the dark, I felt for careful hands and fed only sheet and stupid wrists. I lay there and breathed small, 2 in, 3 out, until the part of me that wants ceremony gave up and the part that understands procedure took the watch. In the weeks after, I drove past the shop where they sell transceivers and I went in instead of past. The clerk with the kind eyes asked if I wanted a package. Beacon, probe, shovel, and I said yes with the shame of a man buying training wheels at 37. He put the probe in my hand and explained the tactile grammar of snow layers. That plywood feel, he said. That's your middle word. Learn it. I took the class I should have taken years ago and let a 22-year-old quiz me without resentment. I put the card Patel had given me on my fridge with a magnet shaped like a trout. I haven't been back to that ridge. I don't plan to. Not at night. Not inconsiderable. Not with my old confidence strapping my head into position. If I hike above treeline now, I do it with paperwork in my pocket and oxygen in my plan. When someone at a trailhead makes a joke about whiskey blankets, I do not lecture. I hold up my tea and say, "Small heat," and let them hear me if they want to. When I pass memorial straps, I don't pet them. I nod, like a coworker at a closed office door. Sometimes after a snow day, when the plow goes by my street and pushes a ridge into my driveway, the wall it leaves has layers in it. Slick on top, coarse in the middle, old tire dirt at the base. I press 2 fingers into it and feel for plywood and window and the space where a person could watch. I only keep my fingers there long enough to remember. Then I shovel in squares, bevel the edges, and carry the snow to the place it can lie down without becoming a teacher. Every so often, at the edge of sleep, a single synthetic chirp visits the house from no appliance I own. It's nothing. Heat shifting. A battery in a smoke detector somewhere on the block. A timer ending on a stranger's stove. It rides up my neck like a thumb and asks with an authority that isn't mine learned. I answer the way I know how. I breathe boring. I look uphill in my mind without letting my chin be held. I count 10 small seconds, then 10 more. Then I let go of the story about brave and hold on to the one about careful. I used to pour jokes on weather. Now I try to deserve the hands that turned my head the right way long enough to be found. I'm not special. I'm ambulatory. That's enough. When the ridge clears its throat again, I hope I'm already somewhere else, busy being dull. If I'm not, I'll listen for the patch under the snow and do what good students do: watch, breathe small, and keep my mouth free of words until the shovel arrives. Not hero seconds. Boring ones. The kind you can stack into a life. July 20th, my dearest sister. I hope this letter finds you well, nestled in the familiar comfort of home. I am writing this not from a place of peace, with the scent of pine drifting through my window, but from a state of profound and unsettling fear that has taken root in my very soul. I am quitting my summer job. I cannot, in good conscience, or for the preservation of my own sanity, spend another night within the historic, timbered walls of the Old Faithful Inn. When I first arrived, Yellowstone was a dream. You saw the pictures I sent. The impossible turquoise of the Grand Prismatic Spring. The bison moving like ancient, shaggy mountains across the plains. The sheer, untamed majesty of it all. The inn itself felt like an extension of that grandeur, a monument of logs and stone built to honor the wilderness it inhabits. It stands as a cathedral of timber, its lobby rising to a dizzying height of 7 stories. A complex latticework of balconies and railings that make one feel small and insignificant. In those first weeks, I was enchanted by its history, by the sheer weight of the century it has stood watching Old Faithful erupt, a silent, wooden sentinel. The job was simple enough. A general staffer, a jack, of all trades to help with the summer tourist surge. I'd clean rooms, bus tables in the grand dining hall, and occasionally help with luggage. The pay was decent, and the location was unparalleled. But there's a difference, Sarah, between history and a haunting. History is the story of what was. A haunting is what refuses to let go. You know the story I told you on the phone. The one the senior staff tells with a wink and a nudge for the tourists. The tale of the headless bride. They say that back in the roaring 20s, a wealthy young woman from a prominent New York Family married a man of whom her father vehemently disapproved. He was handsome, charming, but utterly penniless. To escape her family's wrath, they eloped and came to Yellowstone for their honeymoon, a grand adventure in the Wild West. They checked into a suite in the original, Auld House, wing of the inn. The story goes that the groom was not just poor, but a degenerate gambler, and he had married her solely for the dowry he believed he would receive. When he discovered her father had cut her off without a cent, a furious argument erupted. The next morning, a maid found the bride's body in the bathtub. Her new husband and her head were gone. It's a gruesome, ghoulish tale, perfect for spicing up a campfire or a late-night tour. The staff treats it as a local legend, a bit of macabre fun. Listen for her crying in the halls, they'll say. Don't be surprised if the elevator moves on its own. It's just her, looking for her groom. It is not fun, Sarah. It is not a story, it is real. My first few weeks were normal. The work was tiring, but the scenery made up for it. Then the small things started. Things you could easily explain away. Things you dismiss as a product of an old building and an overactive imagination. I was doing a late-night cleaning sweep on the second floor of the old wing. The corridor was long, dimly lit, and utterly silent save for the creak of my own footsteps on the floorboards. As I passed room 217, I caught the faintest scent of lavender. It was delicate floral and entirely out of place in the sterile, pine-scented air of the hallway I had just cleaned. I stopped, sniffed the air again. It was gone. A guest's perfume, I told myself, lingering from earlier. But I knew no one had been down that hall for at least an hour. A few days later, it was the old elevator, the original one with the manual brass gate. I was standing at the front desk in the main lobby, sorting mail. It was nearly 2 a.m. The great hall empty and echoing. I watched as the floor indicator above the elevator, a beautiful antique brass arrow, began to move. It swung from lobby to 2, then paused. Then it swung to 3. It did so with a silent, deliberate grace. There was no whir of cables, no groan of machinery. The doors slid open with a soft sigh, revealing an empty car. A draft of cold air, colder than the night outside, washed over me. The night manager, a gruff but kindly man named Arthur, saw me staring. Old girl has a mind of her own, he grunted, not looking up from his paperwork. Been doing that for 50 years. But the rationalizations began to wear thin. The small, isolated incidents started to feel connected. Like notes in a melody I was only just beginning to hear. I would hear the faint, tinny sound of a music box for a split second, only for it to vanish when I tried to locate the source. I'd see a flicker of movement in my peripheral, vision at the far end of a long corridor, a sliver of white that would be gone when I turned my head. These were the whispers of the haunting, the prelude. The first scream came last week. A guest in room 207, the same room where I'd smelled the lavender, called the front desk just after midnight. She was hysterical. Arthur and I both went to the phone. She was sobbing, barely coherent, but we pieced it together. She had woken up needing a glass of water and, peering through the peephole before opening her door, she saw a woman standing in the hallway. The woman was dressed in what the guest described as a vintage white dress, like from an old movie. And she was just standing there, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. The guest had been too terrified to open the door. Arthur and I took the master key and went up. My heart was pounding in my chest. The hallway was, of course, empty, It was silent and still. Arthur knocked on the guest's door, spoke to her in calming, measured tones, and assured her it was likely just a nightmare, a trick of the mind in a strange new place. He was practiced, professional. He offered to move her and her husband to a new room in the morning. She eventually calmed down, and we left. As we walked back to the lobby, Arthur clapped me on the shoulder. "You get all sorts in a place this big, Thomas," he said. "People get spooked. It's an old building. That's all. But I knew what I had smelled in that same spot. I knew what I had seen the elevator do. This wasn't a guest's nightmare. This was the story beginning to tell itself again. That was the moment the legend stopped being a piece of spooky folklore and became a clear and present threat. It was the first sign that the haunting wasn't just a passive echo, but something that could reach out and touch the living. I wish I had packed my bags and left then, Sarah. I truly do. Because what came next proved that this presence in the hotel isn't just content to be seen. It wants an audience, and it wants them to participate. I will write again tomorrow to explain the rest. Please, don't worry, as I am resolved to leave. I just need you to understand why. Your loving brother, Thomas. July 21st, my dearest sister. I am writing this by the weak light of my desk lamp, with my door locked and a chair wedged under the handle. I know it's irrational. A lock and a chair won't stop what is in this hotel, but it is a small comfort in a place that has become devoid of it. Thank you for reading my last letter. I know it must have sounded frantic, but I need you to know the full story. I need someone to know the real reason I am leaving. The event that shattered my last vestiges of denial happened 2 nights ago. It was the final brutal confirmation that the presence here is not just a residual echo of the past, but an active, malevolent force. It was late, close to 3 a.m. The great lobby was a cavern of shadows, the only light coming from the front desk and the soft, orange glow of the massive rhyolite fireplace, which was kept burning even on summer nights. The air was thick with the smell of wood smoke and old secrets. Arthur had gone on his final rounds, leaving me to man the desk. A call came through from housekeeping. One of the premium suites in the old house wing, the Roosevelt Suite, needed an unscheduled late-night cleanup. A guest had checked out unexpectedly, leaving in a hurry, and they needed the room turned over for an early arrival. It was unusual, but not unheard of. Carrying my cleaning caddy, I made my way to the 3rd floor of the old wing. The silence up there is different, Sarah. It's heavier. The log walls seem to absorb sound, creating a feeling of oppressive quiet. I could hear my own blood pounding in my ears as I walked the long, carpeted corridor. I found the Roosevelt Suite at the far end, its heavy wooden door looming in the dim light. I used the master key and pushed the door open. The moment I stepped inside, I knew something was terribly wrong. The air was electric, charged with a palpable rage that felt like a physical pressure against my skin. And the room, it was destroyed. Not messy, but violently ransacked. A heavy, upholstered armchair was overturned, its legs pointing accusingly at the ceiling. A delicate porcelain vase lay in a 1,000 pieces on the stone hearth, its scattered white fragments looking like shattered bones. The curtains were torn from their rings on one side, hanging limply like a broken wing. And there was a man standing by the large picture window, his back to me, staring out at the darkness where Old Faithful slept between eruptions. He was tall and broad-shouldered, and he was dressed in a dark, impeccably tailored suit, that looked like it was lifted straight from a 1920s photograph. His posture was rigid, radiating a tension that was terrifying in its intensity. My first thought, a foolishly logical one, was that this was the guest who had checked out, that he had returned for some reason. I cleared my throat, my voice sounding small and weak in the charged atmosphere. "Sir, I'm sorry, I was told this room was vacant." He didn't move for a long moment. Then, slowly, he turned. Sarah, I will never forget his face as long as I live. He was handsome, in a severe, chiseled way, but his features were twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. His eyes, a piercing, cold blue, were blazing with a hatred so profound it seemed to burn. His lip was curled back in a snarl. This was not just anger. It was a rage that had curdled over decades, a poison that had steeped for a century. "Get out," he snarled. His voice was not a shout, but a low, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate through the floorboards. It was a sound of absolute command, laced with the promise of violence. "This is a private matter. This is between me and my wife." I didn't need to be told twice. My body reacted before my mind could even process the anachronism of his clothes or the sheer impossibility of the situation. A primal fear, the kind you read about but never experience, took over. I dropped the caddy. It clattered to the sound that seemed shockingly loud, and I ran. I didn't just walk quickly, I fled. My feet pounding on the carpet, my breath catching in my throat. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I found Arthur just as he was returning to the lobby. I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost, which, I suppose, I had. I was gasping for air, babbling about the man in the suite, the trashed room. To his credit, he didn't dismiss me immediately. He saw the genuine terror in my eyes. He grabbed the largest flashlight from behind the desk and said, "All right, son, let's go see." The walk back up felt like an eternity. Every creak of the floorboards was his footstep behind me. Every shadow held his furious glare. When we reached the Roosevelt suite, the door was still slightly ajar, just as I had left it. Arthur pushed it open and shone the powerful beam of the flashlight inside. The room was pristine. It was immaculate. The armchair was upright in its proper place. The curtains hung perfectly straight. And on the mantelpiece, gleaming in the flashlight's beam, the porcelain vase stood whole and intact, filled with a fresh bouquet of lavender. The air was calm and still, smelling only of pine cleaner and old wood. The man was gone. Arthur swept the light across the room one more time, then turned to me, his expression a mixture of pity and exasperation. "Thomas," he said, his voice gentle but firm, "it's been a long summer. These late nights, they can play tricks on you. You're overtired." He walked into the room, ran a hand over the back of the armchair. "See, nothing here. You probably just got the wrong room number, saw a messy room from earlier, and your mind filled in the blanks." I wanted to scream. I wanted to grab him and point to the spot where the vase had been shattered, where the man had stood. But what could I say? The evidence of my sanity had vanished. I just stood there, mute, feeling the cold dread seep into my bones. It was then I realized the full, horrifying truth. The haunting isn't just the bride. It's the groom too. It's the argument. It's the rage. It's the murder. The hotel isn't haunted by a ghost. It's haunted by a memory. A psychic scar left on the very fabric of the place, replaying itself for anyone sensitive enough to see. But it's worse than that, Sarah. It's not just replaying. It's recruiting. The next morning, I was working the breakfast shift in the dining hall. My hands were still shaking. I tried to focus on pouring coffee and clearing plates, but my eyes kept scanning the crowd, looking for I don't know what. And then I saw them. The couple from room 217. The woman who had seen the weeping bride in the hall. They were sitting at a small table by the window, the morning sun illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air around them. And they were arguing. It wasn't a simple disagreement. It was vicious. Their voices were low, but their words were like daggers. Their faces were tight with resentment, their gestures sharp and angry. He would say something, and she would flinch as if struck. She would retort, her voice dripping with a venom that made my skin crawl. As I passed their table to get to another, I looked at her. Our eyes met for a fraction of a second. And in that moment, I felt a chill so profound, it went straight through my soul. Her eyes, which had been filled with terror just 2 nights before, were now hard and cold. There was a flicker of that same furious energy I had seen in the man in the suite. The hotel was casting them in its horrible play. The argument they were having felt scripted, the emotions too raw, too perfectly aligned with the legend. The weeping woman in the hall hadn't just been a passive vision. It was an invitation, an audition. I knew I had to leave. I knew it with a certainty that was absolute. That night, last night, was my final shift. I avoided the old wing all evening, sticking to the lobby, counting the minutes until I could escape to my room. But as I was walking back to the staff dorms, I had to pass the entrance to that long, silent corridor on the 2nd floor, and I saw her, the bride. She was standing at the far end of the hall, her back to me, a figure in a long white dress, perfectly still. My blood ran cold. I froze, unable to move, unable to breathe. I thought she would be headless, as the story goes. But then, slowly, deliberately, she began to turn. She had a head this time, Sarah, and it was the face of the woman from room 217. I am packing my bags as I finish this letter. I am not waiting to see the final act. This place, this beautiful, terrible hotel, is pulling people into its story. It's a predator that wears the skin of a landmark, and it's hungry for new actors. I am not waiting around to find out which part it has saved for me. Your loving brother, Thomas, July 21st, afternoon, my dearest sister. This will be my last letter from this place. My bags are packed, thrown together in a frantic, careless heap. My car is gassed up. I am writing this final entry from a small, greasy Spoon Cafe miles down the road from the inn. The taste of stale coffee bitter in my mouth. I had to stop. I had to get this down before my mind tries to rationalize it, to soften the edges of the horror. It needs to be recorded as it happened. After seeing the bride with the face of that poor, doomed woman, I didn't sleep. I sat in my stiff, backed chair, watching the door, convinced that every creak of the old dormitory building was a footstep coming for me. The sun rose, but it brought no comfort. The morning light felt thin and gray, unable to penetrate the deep, seated dread that had made a home in my chest. My plan was simple: get my final paycheck from Arthur, pack my things, and leave without a word to anyone else. I couldn't bear to look any of my coworkers in the eye, to see their placid, unknowing faces. How could they work here and not feel the wrongness of the place? I now believe they do, in their own way. They call it the old girl having a mind of her own. They laugh off the stories. It's a willful ignorance, a psychic callous that keeps them safe. I no longer had that luxury. I found Arthur in his small, cluttered office behind the front desk. He looked up as I entered. and his expression softened with that same pitying look from the night before. "Thomas," he said, sighing. "You're really doing this?" "I am," I said, my voice steadier than I expected. "I need my final check, Arthur." He nodded slowly, opening a drawer and pulling out an envelope. "I'm sorry to see you go, son. You're a hard worker. But this place, it's not for everyone. It has a strong personality. It's more than that, Arthur, and you know it." The words came out before I could stop them. He stopped shuffling papers and looked at me, his eyes old and tired. "What I know," he said, his voice low, "is that this hotel was built in 1904. It has soaked up 100 years of emotions. Joy and love, sadness, and yes, rage and fear. Sometimes the walls talk back. The smart ones learn not to listen too closely." He pushed the envelope across the desk. "You're a smart one, Thomas. You're getting out." His words should have been comforting, a validation. Instead, they sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. He wasn't denying it. He was confirming it in his own wary way. He was the keeper of the secrets, the one who tidies up not just the rooms, but the narrative, ensuring the guests, and most of the staff, remained blissfully unaware of the rot within. As I was leaving the office, I nearly collided with a man rushing toward the front desk. He was agitated, his face pale and sweaty. It was the husband of the woman from room 217. "I need to report my wife missing," he said to the young woman at the desk, his voice cracking with panic. "I woke up this morning and she was gone. Her suitcase is still here, her purse, she's just gone." The receptionist began the practiced, calming routine. "Sir, it's a big park. She probably just went for an early morning walk to see the geyser." "No," he snapped, his voice rising. "We had a fight last night. A bad one. She wouldn't have just wandered off. Something is wrong." I stood frozen by the office door, hidden from his view. I listened as he described her, his voice choked with a desperate fear that was all too real. And then he said something that made my blood turn to ice. "She was acting so strangely last night," he said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "She kept talking about her father's money, about how I'd ruined her. We don't have any family money, not like that. It was like she was someone else. And her scent, she always wears this citrus perfume. Last night, the whole room smelled of lavender." I didn't wait to hear any more. I turned and walked, as quickly as I could without breaking into a run, towards the dorms. The cycle was progressing. The woman had been consumed by the role of the bride, and now, as in the legend, she had vanished. What, then, would become of the husband? I had my bag packed in under 10 minutes. I didn't look back at my room, at the summer job I had been so excited about. It all felt tainted, contaminated. As I carried my duffel bag through the lobby, heading for the main entrance, I had to pass the grand fireplace. A man was standing there, his back to me, staring into the flames. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and wearing a dark, modern suit. It was the husband from room 217. He wasn't frantic anymore. His posture was rigid, still. As I drew closer, I could see his reflection in the glass of a framed photograph on the mantelpiece. His face, which had been pale with panic just minutes before, was now set in a mask of cold, hard fury. His jaw was clenched. His eyes narrowed as he stared into the fire. It was the same look of curdled rage I had seen on the face of the ghost in the Roosevelt suite. The same blazing hatred. The hotel had found its groom. The play was now fully cast. The story was in motion. And I knew. with a certainty that chilled me to the marrow, that this cycle wouldn't end with a vanishing. It would end, as the original story did, in violence. That poor man wasn't just a grieving husband anymore. He was a vessel for a century-old rage, and he would be driven to repeat the tragedy. I walked faster, my knuckles white as I gripped the strap of my bag. I pushed open the massive log door and stepped out into the sunlight. The air was fresh and clean, filled with the scent of pine and sulfur, the scent of the real world. I have never been so grateful for the smell of sulfur in my life. I am miles away now, Sarah, but I can't shake the feeling that a part of the hotel has clung to me. I keep smelling lavender at the strangest times. I look in my rearview mirror and for a split second, I see the face of the groom, twisted in rage. Arthur was wrong. I didn't get out clean. No one does. So this is my warning, my confession, my plea for you to understand. Don't come looking for me. I'm heading east, and I'm not stopping until I see the ocean. I need to put as much distance as possible between myself and that place. I need to wash the feeling of those log walls and whispering corridors out of my soul. Yellowstone is beautiful, but some parts of it are hungry. The Old Faithful Inn is a predator wearing the skin of a landmark. And its ghosts don't just haunt the halls. They walk among the guests, wearing their faces, and they are always looking for new actors to join their terrible, endless play. Your loving brother, Thomas.